How's it going, everyone, and welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Ara Still.
And Volcel, and no Fern, because Fern was sitting there by the phone waiting to be contacted to hear if he had to work or not. And the fact that he's not here suggests that maybe he did, but he didn't get back to us about it. So I guess you'll just have to deal with the two of us this time.
We were having a very intelligent and academic discussion about which WuWa characters have the most emphasized chest right before
You
the
know,
show.
the way that it gets presented, you would think you would think quite reasonably that we don't actually talk about anything else.
I mean, we do spend an awful lot of time doing analysis.
Yeah, but it's of all kinds of things. It's just that it's sort of become a thing now that, like, oh, Fern's not here. We have to drive the show into the gutter as fast as possible.
I mean, once the meme starts, you can't just let it die until it's had a good run.
But anyway, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. Or you can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in the Discord server, which is really the best place to communicate with the show hosts and other show listeners. You can get there by clicking on the link provided in the show description in the archive version of the show on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. So today we're back on WuWa because Fern's not here. I'll talk a bit about Grim Dawn. I have something for you and Fern. I thought of y'all this weekend, or this weekend, today, and suffered for 3 hours in an attempt to get y'all something. But we'll get to that when we get to my week. Well, I guess actually, because we're both going to have gotchas, so I can do my week first just to get it out of the way, because the only part of my week that won't overlap is the little bit of, well, I played a lot of Grim Dawn laying in bed because I was tired, but the Grim Dawn I played. So that might be an idea. How do we feel about that?
Do whatever you want, we'll figure it out. We don't have Fern here to keep tabs on us.
Right. So last week we played Grim Dawn together. There is no Fern this week. So we're just back on WuWa, and me and Vol got new characters to run around in. Well, I won't be running around with Danya because she's not a world run aroundy type. So I was playing a lot of Grim Dawn though, because this week has been just as bad as last week, barring like Wednesday. Wednesday was fine. So I got a normal day on Wednesday, and that was thankfully pull day. So did my pulls. We'll talk about those later. But the rest of the week was all just keeping going in Grim Dawn and pushing through ultimate difficulty. I've already unlocked Descended mode, but I want to get ultimate difficulty unlocked just so I have a character that has access to the highest tier loot, so that if we ever decide to play and push difficulties for whatever flipping reason, or I decide I want to go autistic mode with it, I have a character that can do ultimate. Did not have to go out of my way to farm very much for my character because my character is naturally tanky. Does not kill some bosses very fast, but can do it. The biggest thing on the Grim Dawn front is I beat 2 Ultimate Celestials, and one of them I can beat relatively consistently now. I still die occasionally when I just get shotgunned, because that just happens. if you if you get greedy at all, there's a chance of getting shotgunned, which is when bosses now in Grim Dawn, to make up for players basically able to make their characters functionally immortal, can just, with their signature attack, if you get hit by it and don't actively play the game, you will get a sundered debuff for whatever amount of time is appropriate for that boss. And it will make you just take a flat 50% bonus damage on top of whatever the boss hits you with.
That's not very nice of them.
No. But it does mean you can't just sit there and face tank the bosses anymore. Well, you can, to a degree. You can't just sit there and face tank the bosses. You have to bail out and actually do mechanics or do some kiting or something other than just sit there and pressure rotation. So, because we're still in a classic ARPG, right? They're not going full blown MMO mechanics here for most bosses. In fact, there's only like 2 in Grim Dawn that do have MMO mechanics. Like this is a loot pinata game. It knows it, but it does give the bosses some mechanics and stuff you're supposed to avoid, ways you're supposed to strafe around while doing your combo, and the people just weren't doing that. So they added the Sundered debuff. And this means if you get greedy, you can just get shotgunned. 100 to 0, one hit. Thankfully, the hit that applies Sunder doesn't get the bonus damage, it's only its next attack that does. So if you get Sundered, you do have time to panic evade away and start going, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, which will happen a lot on the Celestial bosses. So the Celestials are the big target for in-game, just to test your account. And they have they have really flipping good loot on Ultimate. The first one is the one I beat on Elite last time, which was Avatar Mondrogan. Most people will encounter him, and the game will warn you multiple times as you're going through after you do the quest. Don't push the fight this guy button. That's a bad idea, because he was the first super boss they put in the game. This also means he's the easiest super boss they put in the game. And the strategy to beat him is very simple because of where he spawns. It just is very, very long, and you cannot get greedy with him. He's the avatar of the nature spirit, so he's the lightning damage boss, the lightning and bleed damage boss. And he's dressed up like a human shaman with the traditional idea of what shaman's type stuff is for that. You got the lightning bull horns and everything, and the big lightning aura. And his main attacks are, he has a flat lightning reflection damage that you need to mitigate through gear that has reduced reflection damage potions, or just being very sporadic in your hits if you're a king hitter. So his lightning retaliation is no joke, and it has a chance to stun you. The other thing he does is he summons 5 different types of ad waves. None of them are too annoying. The worst one he can summon is just 3 fatties that don't do a whole lot of damage, but get in the way of you being able to put any kind of dots or damage on him, because most characters in Grim Dawn will have some form of lifesteal, and that will be their primary way to recover in combat and Ultimate. And while there's a lot of targets on this fight because he keeps summoning ads, you want those dots to stay applied to the boss, because in the times where there are no ads, that's your only source of healing. If you're not spamming your potions, which you need to save, because he will apply his signature ability that applies Sundered to you instantly. If you are not already moving when it's cast, you will be hit by it. And it's a giant lightning cloud over your head that lasts like 7 seconds, and 2 seconds after it ends, he casts it again. Now, thankfully, he spawns in the middle of bum-f nowhere, right in front of a giant rock that you can kite him around. And this is very clearly the intended way to beat him. His fat loot is just some really, really nice shoulders that give your pets, if you're a pet class, the lightning damage retaliation special effect he has with a chance to stun. So, managed to knock him over, and I can now get those, but it takes a solid like 15 minutes per kill. My Oathkeeper is built, or my Warlord is built for not dying, not raw damage output. But thankfully I do physical damage, and he only really resists lightning. The next one is far more important. There's a secret quest through, you go and do a whole bunch of old school convoluted NES style BS that's not marked, has no proper quest on the map, and you can open a secret area that leads to an area with something that's got some RP name. It's just flooded with high-level, very dangerous enemies from all over the place. About a quarter of the way into this area, there's a secret path you can break off into that'll go to a mini-boss. That's one of the plant artillery from Ungdenbog, because all roads lead back to Ungdenbog. And you kill this thing, and a portal opens, and it takes you to the Crucible of the Dead, and you find the entrance to the Crucible of the Dead, and you go inside, and the dude with the spiked teeth that you do the Crucible fights for is just like, hey, you're not supposed to come in this way, and just aggroes onto you and comes and attacks you as the next super boss. He's the second easiest super boss, but this also means he's a step up from Avatar Mondrogan. He fights you in the Crucible of the Dead, which means there's no way to hide from his attacks. You do have to kite him and run around a lot, because he will fill up the entire room with no zones that act as boomerang waves that move very slowly. And if you get hit by them, that's his Sundered ability. But that's not his most dangerous thing he can do. No. The most dangerous things he can do are summon fire tornadoes that will stun you for a full 2 seconds if you step in them, which is functionally insta death, and summon clones of John Bolton, who I did not get the reference
What?
for until I wikied it. Apparently, there was a running joke with some guy named John Bolton that they named the placeholder guy after for early development, like Captain Placeholder in WoW Beta.
Right.
So, clone of John Bolton is the in-game mini-boss version of him. And he will summon clones of John Bolton that have random player skills and class mixes and elemental damage types. You can get a John Bolton that can barely touch you and is melee and doesn't have any kind of effects. You can also get a John Bolton that has a 100% chance to freeze you on gunshots. This is highly variable. So these things need to die, and they're summoned on a timer, and the longer the fight goes on, the more of them he summons every time he summons. He only has 13 million HP, but you cannot let these John Bolton clones become a problem, otherwise you're in trouble. So you need to divert to kill them, and they have 1.2 million HP each. So they need to get dropped. And then whenever you can, you beat on him. If you for some reason need to let your skills recharge or your potions come back, the only real option you've got is just to run around the entirety of the exterior of Crucible of the Dead and hope your potions and your cooldowns come back lined up in a good position without any John Boltons, or right when some spawn so you can delete some of them. But the big reason he's important for collectively the progression in Grim Dawn is the set he drops that's exclusive to him. Nobody else drops it. It's Lorgar's set. It's his set. This also means you can't transmute it, so you can't take one piece of gear and roll it into and spend some materials to try and re-roll it into another piece of the same set, because it's a unique boss drop and it's legendary, so you can't do that. This set has no specific stats on it for any given class. Gives generic offense ability, defense ability, health stats everybody can use, a few base resistances, stun resistance, freeze resistance, stuff like that. And its set bonuses, the first two are not important. The important is the 4-piece. 40% experience gain and +1 to all skills.
It's basically cheating.
And its only requirement to be equipped is physique level or 50 physique, which pretty much every starting character has.
What game are they playing here?
This is the leveling set for speeding up alts. Now, I don't know if it can be traded. I'm hoping it can. Because this means that you can just give it to your friends.
I mean, realistically, it's not a competitive game, and it's not the type of game that people finish and they get tired of. So there's not really any strong motivation for them to make it like heinously difficult to get such a thing.
Yeah, they're usually not that restrictive about what you can trade with your friends in that game. The only warning I would give you and Fern: do not augment the gear if you can take it from me, because that will soulbind it to the character it's on. You can't trade augment
and you
to
want
gear.
to kind of pass this between your alts type of thing.
Yeah, you'll use it till level 40, 50, maybe 60, and then swap it out and then move it to the next alt. There's also some rings. There's also a ring in Forgotten Gods that spawns once per playthrough per difficulty you can get. That's similar. We actually missed it on our way through. I forgot about it, so when we go back, we need to remember to go get that ring. That's just generic offense ability, generic flat damage bonus, and like 10-15% experience gain. And they stack with Lorgar's set, so you can get 2 of those rings Lorgar's set and have like plus 75 or 80% bonus experience. I farmed 2 sets by accident. I was trying to farm 1 set, see if it could be traded, and then was going to go back and farm you guys sets if you wanted it. But he would not drop his shoulders. I got 7 chess pieces, and Lorgar runs are not fast. They take like a solid 6 minutes to get to him, assuming nothing goes wrong on the way, because the run is not safe either. And then he takes about 6 to 8 minutes to kill. So I had to kill him a lot, and only got 2 complete sets currently. I will have to get shoulders to drop one more time to get furnace set. But yeah. So the Grim Dawn escapades continue. I will not be doing Ascended right away, I don't think. Although it is nettling me that I missed another secret not quest that requires you to get a one-time drop item from an urn in a random ass catacomb that I must have broken on my way through it on Ultimate, because it only spawns in Ultimate difficulty and above. And if you don't have that, you can't do that quest. And it's supposed to be conspicuous because it's level 75 in Ultimate difficulty, and you're supposed to go, that's odd. And then it's also noted in one of the lore books from 2 zones ago, when you probably picked up that lore book 2 difficulties ago, if you even read it, because goodness knows there's so many lore notes in that game. It's good old esoteric nonsense.
Every time you said John Bolton, I was thinking you were talking about the guy.
No, not that. Not the U.S. George
the
Bush John
Warhawk
Bolton.
guy.
Not U.S. Warhawk John Bolton.
And then when you started talking about Law Guy, I'm like, the Primarch of the Word Bearers?
It might be John Bourbon, actually. Hang on. Clone of John... It's Bourbon. Okay, not Bolton.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Okay, yeah.
Because clone of John Bolton is a totally different joke.
Yeah, the only trivia on the wiki is the clone of John Bourbon is an in-joke dating back to the early access period of development. Prior to the game's completion, when players came to the end of existing content, they would encounter the clone of John Bourbon, an NPC who would inform the player they had completed all current content and could go no further. Yeah. The other secret quests that I had not done is just an Easter egg that has the John Bourbon originally. It was in the base game. The Lord Carr, not Gar, I guess. Is it Carr or Gar? I think it's Carr. Let's see here. Doopy. Grim Dawn. It's Lokar, not Lorgar. Okay. Lorcar.
Right. So the reason I was getting so confused is because you can't get the name of anything correct, because you normally just call everything Jeff.
Yes. Well, to be fair, at least one of the NPCs did start with J. So yeah. And his whole stick is fire damage, which my character is strong against, thankfully, by a significant amount because of its build. So I didn't have to do any kind of special gearing. And notably, I can beat them without consumables. That's kind of a big deal, because consumables would speed the fight up considerably and make it way safer, but they cost a lot of resources. And being able to do them for free, just spending time instead on the boss, is a huge win, especially if it's the only character you can do them on. So yeah, I would like to try and see what I can do with all the Celestials, but I'll settle for just beating the game on Ultimate difficulty. I'm not getting all the Chivos in this game. It's just flat not happening. There are Chivos for beating the Celestials in Hardcore mode on Ultimate difficulty, and I ain't doing that shit.
How many percent of the player base has those?
Considering all my current top achievements are now Grim Dawn achievements, not many. Especially not with the Sundered mechanic being the thing, and if you get bad modifiers in a dungeon, because you don't just have to beat them, you have to beat all the Skeleton Key dungeons on Ultimate as well. And those can just screw you with modifiers, and then you just get shotgunned. That's all she wrote. So yeah, that's Grim Dawn, and that's the only unique thing I have for my week. Elite difficulty was not hard at all. It's barely harder than normal. Stuff just has more health. Enemy damage does not scale up very much between difficulties. I think it caps out at the newest difficulty is only plus 75% damage from normal output from the monsters. It does nuke your resistances by 50% on Ultimate and Ascended, but Ascended doesn't increase that. What Ascended does do is the plus 600 and something percent HP the monsters currently have on my difficulty goes up to 1,200 and something.
Could possibly go wrong.
Very long boss fights where I hope you actually paid attention and learned the mechanics on normal.
I don't think anybody pays attention and learns the mechanics on normal.
Nope. Well, you're gonna figure them out real fast then when you get there, or that boss ain't going dead. But yeah, Grim
And
Dawn's.
nobody who's playing with me can figure out mechanics either because all you can see is fire.
So yeah, that's Grim Dawn. I'm still having fun with it. It's the lay down in bed and play game mostly. If you ever see me offline, but look at my profile and I've suddenly got Grim Dawn achievements, that's why. I don't have my Steam Deck to show online when I'm in bed, and just lay down and play it while I recoup, because it's been a month, an entire month now of just awful. And next month, you know what next month is? It's tax month.
Taxes.
Yeah, it's tax month. It's the big tax month. Well, big for business. The big personal tax month is April.
I feel like you have tax months almost as often as Fern has rodeos.
I have two. I have April, which is big personal tax month, and minor business tax month, and then I have September, October, which is big business tax month, because that's the start of the
I
fiscal
don't
year for us.
understand is if if your government knows how much tax you owe, why don't they just tell you?
Because the people that own TurboTax, Intuit, and QuickBooks have lobbied the ever living heck out of the federal government for the last 150 years to make it as obtuse and hard to follow as possible, and are trying to lobby it so you can't file your own taxes even without paying a fee, because they make a whole lot of money off of selling accounting services to deal with the tax code as taxes. Basically, corpos doing corpo things, lobbying for their own interests and screwing over everybody else as usual. Doubly so because they're financial types. Trying very hard not to talk about some groups of people. Anyway, so yeah, that's all I got. Let you kick off the gotchas. I guess you can
Okay.
start with yours
So,
that I don't have crossover with, and then we'll go over the ones I do.
well, I mean, this is for me. This week was pretty much like last week in a lot of ways, in the sense that I had a miserable week where I couldn't do anything because I was just working all the time, late into the night, every night. So that was deeply frustrating. Let's see. I haven't logged into Blue Archive, but apparently there's a bit of new content. Maybe I'll have a chance to do it this weekend, but I'm a bit troubled by my inability to keep kept up with the number of games, particularly gachas in particular, that I've been playing, that because of the way my free time has been so brutally curtailed by my work. So I'm behind on everything by a pretty spectacular margin, and I have a whole bunch of events that are about to expire without me having touched them, type of thing. Particularly in Genshin. So I haven't really done anything new in Genshin since clearing the main story, including whatever quests immediately branch off after the story. I haven't had time to make any progress. I haven't even unlocked a bunch of basic features because I'm just too freaking busy. There's not really much more that I can say about that because I haven't spent any time playing. Other than the fact that I feel like it's a more of a pain in the butt to farm up characters than historically. Why the heck is my character doing that? I don't know. But it has decided to flee the area and leave you to fight on your own.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I thought you were
Because
fighting these.
apparently that's just what happens sometimes. Because for all of the talk about how ridiculously easy Ching Xiao is to play, she's extremely sensitive to exactly how long you hold down each button. So yeah.
That's just another
Anyway,
character that's come out during a part of the patch where everybody's blown their stuff on other characters, and people are recouping for the next big thing, so they're trying to justify their reasons for not pulling her.
well, I mean, there's a lot of good reasons not to pull her. Like, well, I will get onto that later. But yeah, so Genshin haven't really done anything. I pulled Odette, but haven't done anything with her, largely because she's the first character in a new region, so you've got to build from absolute scratch if you want to play her. And I just haven't had the time to sit down and do the sort of monomaniacal level of farming required to activate a new character from nothing where all of her mats are new. So yeah. That said, since I have a Sandrone already, most of the fundamental mechanics combat wise are already unlocked for me, so I don't have to worry about, oh well, I can't interact with any of the gimmicks. That said, because I'm not really that interested in clearing Spiral Abyss or anything, or certainly not Stygian Onslaught, it doesn't really matter whether I can interact with most of the mechanics or not, because I just don't care. The end game in Genshin is just too banal. So, I mean, that said, I like the writing. Like, even though I disagree with Serethus on the matter of whether or not the plot moved forward, because I don't think it actually did. I think that this is a matter of all they got done in the current patch was they laid all the pieces on the chessboard, where previously they were still sitting in the box that they came in.
Oh my
So
goodness,
yeah,
this is perfect in WuWa.
the board is set up, but there's not really anything going on as of yet.
I forget if WuWa idols are synchronized across screens, but
I did see what you saw.
the double
I'm fairly sure.
swings.
Yeah, but yeah. So there's not. I don't think they've done anything with the story yet. In my opinion, it's just that you can now, they have signaled that they want to do something. They've signaled that okay, we'll start telling the heavenly principles part of the story for realsies this time. There's a lot of blue on my screen.
Well, blue is a very windy
Anyway,
color, obviously.
yeah, literally everything about Ching Xiao's design is like glacio coded. I don't know. I don't know. Like as you move through her rotation, like her coloration gets paler and paler and paler until she looks like Frostform Hiyuki. Like this is another Glacio character. They just decided that she wasn't Glacio because they had enough of those. Sort of like Spectro Gunners. But yeah. So I don't have much to say about that. I would like to spend some more time with it and see what some of the side stories are like, because it looks like there's a lot of stuff to see and do floating around the place. I just haven't had the time to sit down and do it, which is deeply frustrating. Anyway, Star Rail I have kept up with because there's literally nothing happening in Star Rail like ever. Just like pretty much become part of the course now, and a lot of people are saying, "Oh, this is the intent. This is the intent." No, it's not the intent because people get bored of games where there's nothing to do and then they stop making money. So yeah, I don't know. It seems like most of the quote unquote community for Star Rail plays Star Rail while by means of logging into Twitter and then arguing with other people. Okay, now we're both doing the instrument thing.
Your character is literally just Chinese, but with swords instead of bows.
And not feet centric animations. But yeah, so Star Rail, I pretty much said my piece on it last week. Everything is terrible forever. Next week there's going to be a new patch. Hopes are not high for it for me. I don't see how they can pull out of this tailspin. I'm really hoping they surprise me. I'm really not expecting them to.
I
It
am
doesn't.
more excited for a beach episode in Star Rail than I am for it being a main story quest.
Yeah, well, I mean they've organized it into a Trailblaze quest and a Trailblaze continuance again. Not really sure exactly why. And for whatever strange reason, they decided, oh, we'll do a 5-week patch this time. Like, I don't understand what is with their what is with their scheduling because it just seems to be random how long a patch
You
lasts
you
at this point.
you know what that's going to do, right? It's going to be awful for me, as because that's all
Yeah,
my gotchas.
it's going to cause it to sync up with WuWa.
Yeah, it's going to sync up with banner rotation in ZZZ, and it's going to sync up with patch day in WuWa.
Yep. Not really sure why they keep adjusting it, but if they adjust it to 5 week this time, it might be because they feel like they need 7 weeks for the next one or something like that.
Kind
Like
of
they
surprised because
reckon that they can have the next one ready early, but they need longer to prep the following.
if we're going to
Don't
a
know.
whole new planet, you would think that would be the one that needed the longer prep time for it. But the last patch was normal length.
Uh, the problem is that when you go to a whole new planet on Star Rail these days, it doesn't seem to mean very much.
I guess
Like they
so.
don't build it out like a planet the way they used to. There's just not really that much to see. Like the maps are like few and titchy compared to where they used to be. And like Amphorius, they tended to deploy a lot of space at one time, but they've really sort of for Plan Arcadia narrowed it down. Pretty much every map is in one extremely narrow path, Final Fantasy 13 style,
I
where
liked
you can only follow the rail.
they did have one good map, and the if you actually go and complete the seaside village outside the TV tower, that's like the only good map in Planar Arcadia.
No, it didn't really stand out to me,
Just because I actually had to
but
think about how to get to places for not long, but it wasn't instantly obvious how to get over there sometimes and what puzzles it wanted me to solve.
but um, but yeah, that I don't know what they're planning on doing. Like, I'm hoping that they're just throwing eggs into the 5 X basket at this point because it seems like they've basically dropped the ball, and I can't see them managing to pick it up anytime soon. It's all a bit strange. Doesn't really make any sense. Don't know if there's any change of direction in the offing because the bulk of the leakers have just straight up gone to ground for Hoyo after the big happening where they got on DigiCat. Um,
Don't don't
there's not
don't crossplay as feet people characters. People, it gets you caught by Hoyo.
after that happening, pretty much all of the long distance leaks dried up. You can still find information if you're willing to go and like actually look, but it will be leavened with story spoilers. So I've always been careful to avoid that. Like the sort of the raw factual leaks of sort of like what is the condition of the development team, what direction are they looking, how many characters are they planning on, that type of information used to be like there were people who would extract it for general use without spoilers, but nowadays nobody wants to be too close to it. So yeah. Um, the there's not really much else for me to say about that. ZZZ, I suppose I can say that I pulled Dylan, so I've got my phone is now linging, I guess,
Oh, ringing.
uh, because brainrotmemes.jpg. Um,
Do you have that as your ringtone at work?
I don't have that as my ringtone at work. I don't want my phone to ever ring, so
If you
um,
set that as the ringtone for your office phone, you took it to work with you. I wonder if it would encourage or discourage people to call you.
I generally try and avoid having traumatic ringtones. A near subordinate of mine, like the one who was basically my second in command before she left, um, her husband got tired of her not picking up the phone quickly enough. So he recorded a ringtone of him shouting into the phone to pick up the phone and then set it as her ringtone and didn't tell her. And I got the absolute shit scared out of me when this thing went off behind me in the office. She wasn't in the office to pick her phone up, so it didn't have the intended effect. But it absolutely scared me shitless.
I've attempted to do that to my mother's phone. My mother is the absolute worst person when it comes to picking up the telephone. You know, you should be damned for eternity for not answering on the first ring when she calls, but you will never, ever, ever, ever get her to pick up her phone if you call her.
It is. I sometimes pick up the phone, but usually if it's something that will make me panic, like somebody I know has got news I need to hear, or it's the security company again, or whatever.
My job is the phone, so whether I like it or not, picking up the phone is kind of in the job description.
I'm not supposed to have to deal with this kind of thing, so which doesn't mean that I don't end up having to deal with this kind of thing, but I'm not supposed to have to. But yeah. Um, so yeah, my phone ringing. Um, I didn't get burned too badly. All things considered, I still have a really healthy amount of material left to pull with, and I haven't bought enough monochromes for Vivian yet, which I still kind of intend to do because in terms of just sort of being generally endearing, I think that I find Vivian the most endearing character.
I
I
think
don't know why. She's a bit
because
of a lunatic,
it's
but
because of the screenshot in the latest summer event.
that was funny. It wasn't what I had in mind, but it was funny.
Like there's literally nothing to draw your attention to it in the text or what's going on. Like Rumiel's doing her seductive girl voice thing towards Belle. It just in the background you see Vivian in a rowboat in the still CG for it, and it's never mentioned again. And you just see Vivian's bug eyes back there.
Yeah, so I got Dylan in 40. I got Dylan's phone in 65. I have rudimentary built her. But the hard part with Dylan is learning how to use her properly.
Yeah, that's going to be different for every team too.
Yeah. Well, you're even supposed to build her different for every team. So I've tried to put together a relatively generic build for her. I think I've got about 98 point something crit rate, and I've dumped most of I dumped my what's that fourth slot into energy regions without needing a crit one. I think.
Energy regen is slot 6.
Okay, slot six. Yeah, I put energy region in there anyway. Um, So I've got reasonable energy regen and I've got nearly 100% crit rate out of combat. So that's about as far as I'm willing to go until I've learned to play her.
Yeah,
I don't know how much damage she does on field. It's more than most stunners, but it's less than Norma.
yeah,
But
no,
because Norma's a bit cracked, I think Norma makes me nervous about the future of the game all over again.
yeah. Norma
Because like
is
Norma's sort of like emblematic of their attempt to bring future stunners up to the level of Dylan.
Yeah, Norma does a lot of damage. Her stun generation off field does not seem very high in the little bit I've used on her, but her damage is definitely way higher.
Yeah, well, I mean, I skipped her because I was intending to get Roxy, but we'll have to see if like having mad stunner DPS is going to be like just a necessity going forward, and that they're just going to creep all the old stunners out of existence because they're buffing the crap out of Collator's group utility as well. So
Yeah, our girl Fufu.
it's not fair.
I mean,
Not fair, mate.
there's nothing saying 2.x characters can't eventually get an upgrade. It may just take a little bit longer.
Well, they haven't given Fufu anything else nice. They gave her a crappy story. They gave her really bad billing in the main story.
But she got an amazing trailer.
She did get an amazing trailer, but that was all she got.
And she's Fufu.
She was immediately power crept.
And she got that.
But,
She got billing in Yoshungus's event as the best character.
but not as her.
No, but still the best character.
Anyway. So yeah, I was planning to get Roxy instead of Norma because I'm not planning to just buy out every character like Aristeal is. So um
I'm hanging
trim-
on by the skin of my. I'm not gonna be able to make it for whatever next character I play, or I decide to pull. My funds are shot.
well, I mean, I'm more or less planning to go all in on Claret. Like, I'll pull her, and if I like how she plays, I will think about, with retrospective uh data now, I'll think about the value of pulling verticals on her, knowing that I'll need to pull at least two other characters in order to support her because this is going to be like Shifu, I assume,
Yeah.
because she's armorer. And I guess probably Roxy is going to be her Fufu, if I had to guess, based on no information.
Possibly.
I haven't the leaks for Roxy were like super incomplete last week, so I haven't had time to check since, so I don't know what her mechanics are, but the I would assume, given the release window, that she's going to work with Claret, especially since they're part of the same faction. So I need to reserve enough resources to pull both of them. But if I'm going to buy out the Vivian on the spending event, I'm going to have a reasonable headwind of monochrome to go on top of my like 60k banked polychrome. Well, it's not 60k anymore, I don't think. It's probably more like 50k, but that's still pretty good. It could be worse. Um,
I have like 8,000 polychrome
especially,
left.
especially since I haven't had time to clean up any areas since like a patch ago. If I could get the time together. The other thing is, I haven't had time to do anything with the new game mode. Just have not had the time. Because it does kind of require you to sit down, come up with a plan on the fly, and then execute on it. You doing short runs through there is kind of rough because you don't know where the exits are going to be or what you're going to find on the way.
Yeah,
So
when you get started, it's definitely helpful to sit down and study it because you need to also plan for your buildings and figure out what you want to build and which characters you're going to prioritize getting the bigger level upgrades for out of the crafting shop and stuff like that. It just like you don't know how to route through to quickly look for treasure chests of high value yet because you don't know what comes out of what stuff yet. How to ID the big
yeah,
fat targets
I
like
I
that comes with
I, I
time,
don't
but
I don't even know how the basics of it work now. Like, I don't even know if, like, I don't even know whether there are things that are always guaranteed to be there, whether there are particular spawn points that will spawn with whatever frequency or whatever. Like, I know that you're not going to find the really good chests in the same place necessarily each time, but I don't know how widely that spreads or if there are certain ones that are always there that you can target or any of that stuff.
some of them shuffle, some of them appear to be in the same spot every time. But yeah, like you'll
But
figure all this stuff
but
out
more
through play.
More
But the
importantly than any of that is that I haven't done the story yet, so I haven't unlocked any of the seasonals, and I don't know what the timer on them is.
uh, I don't know if the seasonals rotate other than the. But so the way the seasonal screen is laid out, we're swinging again.
Because I can't even see the seasonal screen yet because I haven't done the story.
Basically, it's a bunch of rewards that are in the seasonal tab. Most of them appear to be permanent rewards. Some of them might rotate, like your yellow drive this things or whatever. The big
'Cause
ones
there are,
in
like, 2 or 3 different timers associated with this
yeah,
game mode. So
yeah.
that something is definitely gonna expiring, but I can't see what it is.
So when you unlock the seasonals, you're given seasonal quests to do that will get you seasonal points. And once you finish those, you're exhausted on the points you can accrue until the next season starts. And these are just go play the game mode stuffs. Like go kill
Ooh.
this many bosses, go bring back this much loot all at once.
So is it like in-state matrix? Where
Uh,
you've got targets within a given period that you can get to accrue points, but the points are shared across the entire version?
yeah, so they're individual quests. It's easier to think of them that way. They're seasonal quests that just sit in that log instead of in your normal quest log, and they just like it'll be like go escape the hollow with I don't know like 10 million worth of junk, and you'll complete that
Yeah,
quest and
I'm
get like
lucky if I can get 100,000 because I can't go above normal.
yeah and then like you do that and then you get like 800 seasonal points, and that quest will now be done and marked as done for the season.
I had a hernia the last time the doggo snuck up on me. He just came in and insta-jibbed Remiel.
Yeah, you do that.
And I was like, "Oh, what do I do now? I'm gonna somehow beat a boss with just Bernice and Verena when I'm completely outgunned.
It's a good
I've got no gear."
idea to open a combat door early exit so that
Well,
if
the thing is that I got lost and I ended up doubling back and ended up basically opening twice as many chests on the way to the combat door as I expected because I got lost and ended up looping around.
I see.
So
Yeah,
and then I was like, "Oh no, I've gotten too far away from the combat door and things are getting real bad. Maybe I'll go for the money door." But there were no enemies on the way, so I didn't have any gear coins. Like just no enemies. None.
oh no.
I was like, where'd all the enemies go? Like, did they just none of them decide to spawn today? Oh great, oh great, that's fantastic. I get to that sodding bang boo and I've got no gear coins to spend.
Yeah, it would be like that, Mr. Stancil. So
But
yeah,
but yeah, there's a lot to do, and it's like I when on the very narrow times that I've had to play it, I've enjoyed it. Like it's got an it's got kind of an actual thrill to it because there's so much can go wrong.
yeah,
Like
you
you actually it can get you hyped up
yeah,
because it's dangerous and you're exploring.
you can decide when how much you want to push your luck, and if you go too far, you will get killed. You can bite off more than you
Is
can
the
chew.
This is the thing though, right? Like this is why I keep complaining about control skills because I think that they're sort of unnecessary design crutch because they have a in my opinion, corrosive effect on the gameplay loop because it encourages you to just restart the fight if you make a mistake. Whereas if you just make attacks dangerous, you don't need control skills because you still have to respond to them in the same way, but you take damage instead of just having to restart the fight if you get hit. Like, so I don't understand why this is like the first game mode that they've launched since like 1.0 where dying is actually something that can happen.
Well, we know from all these gotchas that eventually they must get feedback that just or their marketing teams must come back that dying is not allowed.
Yeah, and I don't know. There's probably like therapy speak around it. Like it makes people feel uncomfortable, like their time isn't being respected.
Like Star Rail does it by necessity from the genre. Like, well, even it doesn't because you're functionally immortal if you use the three that are allowed to participate in state for sustains. Um, but yeah, all of them. WuWa's bad about it. Genshin's bad about it. Uh, Star Rail's bad about it. ZZ's bad about it. So it just like they do not
At
want
least
you
WuWa
to.
more or less keeps it constrained to the story. It's still bad, but you can still get insta-jibbed by bears.
Yeah, you still want to have a serious mental discussion with yourself about, do I want to equip Bellborn Geochalone on Lupa? And then decide, yes, that is the correct answer.
Well, if you're planning to try and do a touchless team where if you get hit, somebody's gonna die, you're going to have to do something to keep you standing.
Especially in Whimpering Waste, where you don't have time to react to every single enemy. But,
But yeah, at any rate, ZZZ has a lot of stuff in that game mode for me to do, and I have zero time to do it in. And I'm my immediate boss is telegraphing a certain amount of unspoken anxiety that I'm just going to up and quit one day because she is not currently able to change the paradigm and give me time off, but is trying to come up with excuses why I absolutely need to take time off. And I'm like, well, what's your solution? And she doesn't have one. So yeah,
yeah,
hopefully, if something does change soon, like I do have somebody starting week after next, and then we'll have another new starter to train, I guess. And I've been given leave to hire somebody else. I just need to try and find somebody appropriate because you don't really want to end up with 3 new people on the same team at once because there's too much strain for the seniors who are supposed to be training to keep up with all of them.
it's giving yourself
But
4 to 8 months of double workload for them while they get the new people comfortable and figure out how things work.
But there's a whole different set of problems that you get if you hire somebody who's more experienced because they're
Mm-hmm.
not experienced at working in your lab.
Yeah, I would take the newbie over the experienced person every time.
That's historically what I've done, but depending on who's currently in the market, because in commercial laboratory work, methods are quite standardized in a lot of ways. Like the core approach has to conform usually to an ISO or something like that.
Hmm.
So the correct way to do it is fundamentally known and documented and has to be the same across every lab that holds the accreditation. So there is a certain amount of transferability. You just have to make sure you don't pick somebody with a background sufficiently different that it's not going to be transferable in practice. And that they aren't like a huge cock who thinks that the way they know is the best and therefore it needs to be transposed onto every other lab. But yeah, I'm still weighing up exactly how I'm going to approach hiring. Maybe I'll hire for an experienced person with like a small number of years, like 2 or something like that, and then all of the people who only have like rudimentary experience will still apply. So if I find a newbie with a good work ethic, I can still pull them out. But yeah, we'll have to see what the
Yeah.
best way of handling it is. But I need to get the numbers up, and I need to get people at least trained to a basic level to the point where I can pull some of the more seniors out of the exercise of constantly supervising newbies so that I can train them to do my job because there's currently no one in the entire team who can take over for me on at least 2 days out of the calendar week.
Yeah. A mess.
I don't know what they're planning to do if I resign because it's nobody who can do the work. Like literally there isn't anybody. All of those people left because it takes a long time to train somebody to the level that they can be left to do what I do. A long time, like a matter of years. S- But they don't ever want to have any kind of cushioning against people going on leave or people resigning or whatever. They just want everything to turn into a crisis the second anybody decides they want a day off. So that's what I've been dealing with, crisis after crisis. So unfortunately, the jobs market isn't that great right now. There are a few bits and pieces going here and there, but most of them haven't been worth applying to due to the odds not justifying the amount of time it takes to groom a CV and a cover letter for it because they require some, you know, arbitrary certification that I know is meaningless, but their industry thinks is gospel. So yeah. Anyway,
Oh,
I haven't
before we get
I
off of
haven't
ZZZ.
done.
Oh, go ahead.
Gone.
You're still on
No,
ZZZ?
no, no. I was going to gradually ease towards a conclusion on ZZZ, but if you've got more to say about it, then by all means.
Yeah, because I need to whine. Uh, I made a whole post in the mobile games thread with animations, multiple, because we pulled for
I've
the
been getting multiple animations in my Twitter feed of the same character.
Not the way I use them though.
I've been mainly getting wipeouts because there appear to be a lot of people who are extremely hypnotized by Uma backside.
Yes. People that have not main Jane forever and are not already used to that or live in the ATL. So, I was planning to pull for the horse. Wanted to make her one of my main teams going forward because she looked fun to play. The little bits I played of her, I had a lot of fun with her. It looked like there was a
And
lot
she's
of
an incredibly straightforward design in terms of raw stats, so you can support her with whatever you've got.
yeah, like she's very flexible. She's the Uma has she's got not only is she blonde, but she has two ponytails. Ponytail's already the best hairstyle, but she has two of them because she's a horse. So I was like, okay, yeah, that we're doing that one. I normally don't go for the icy characters, but we'll take that one. That one's perfect. And then she
Well,
came out.
she's an ice character, but like all it takes is your first real encounter with her at the tea party, and then you know she's not quite as frosty as she seems.
Yeah, she is autistic as crap, which only got her even more points. I had to charge my controller just now. I did not put it on the charger. It lasts like 3 days. At least. Don't think I charged it all week actually. But yeah, so I pulled the Uma. The Uma got lost on her way. We went full hard pity 90-90 and lost the 50-50 to Arena. We got a Jane token at least. 80 more pulls. The horse finally found her way home. The horse is now here. This hurt a lot, but I'm already all in, and I'm like, okay, we're going for the ball. 80 pulls for the ball. Thankfully, did not lose 75-25, but still over 200 pulls for a character hurts. Next thing up was the drive discs. And this is where it got really bad. I had pre-farmed a crap ton of discs for her. Like I do not have a count because I do not normally pre-count discs, but it was a lot. And she could not hit a good drive disc to save her fucking little horse life from the glue factory. Like this stuff, her discs just miss after miss. And it's not like, oh, that's only 1 or 2 stats. No, these were 0 out of 5, 0 out of 6 rolls that just total miss. And it happened over and over and over again. Like, okay. And it was especially bad for her right side and her disc 1. Her disc 1, despite only being substats, managed to take like 30 extra crafts for no, not 30. It was way more than that. It was like 60 extra crafted discs to get one that wasn't that had the stats and wasn't a whiff. And her disc 6 could not hit substats at all. Worse was her disc 5, which is currently a C rank on the fairy ometer on the fairy website. Although part of that is because it thinks pin is a better main stat right now for her. It may be.
That site strongly favors pin in most cases.
Yeah, and her actually in the game it says to put pin there. I don't know if there's something in her kit that I've just overlooked that shows pin as better for her. It's possible, but yeah, girlfriend currently has ice damage there because it's a safe bet. If it does wind up being less, it's not by much. So yeah, I just have an ice damage one there. Oh my goodness, I could not get these things to hit anything. I went through every single of the super tuners for substats that I have. I have 0. Use every single one. And am down to 6 primary stat tuners. I have no crafting materials left of just the generic spin 6 of these to make 1 disc. Like, I got down to, like, less than 50. And I went through and cleaned out my drive discs over and over again while crafting these things to get more of them. I have less than 900 drive discs in my inventory right now. It was a abject drive disk disaster, the likes of which I've never seen before or heard of anybody having before. So I was traumatized. And this made me do stupid things. So I decided I was going to pull for M1 because we're already in for several pounds. What's one more? And thankfully, now the
I
horses
hope
are
there are no casinos in your state.
have to go to the mountains, but yes, there are. Have to go to the Indian reservations, which there's a lot of in Georgia.
Do Indian reservations count as part of the state?
Uh, yes and no. It's complicated, and it also depends on the state. And for Georgia, the answer is it's complicated. For some things, yes. For other things, no. So yeah. I went and pulled for her M1, and thankfully, it came in 40 pulls, which is a very nice quality of life upgrade. I don't think it's that much damage. It could be as much as 15. It's definitely better in longer fights because opportunities to activate it are there more, but it basically lets you get one more pip on her progress bar for specific actions she takes. Or chain attacks mostly. You can start with one pip if you chain attack into it, which is nice. And yeah, got the Uma up and running, and immediately took her into the new Deadly Assault mode for one run with Norma. After a little bit of practice, not much, just a little bit, just to figure out the buttons. And she is so much fun to play. There is nothing complicated to understand about her game plan, but it is a very free flowing game plan that you have to make a lot of decisions on the fly about as you play, and I like those.
I didn't like her for the same reason. Like, it's just, oh well, you need perfect fundamentals. There's no gimmicks, no flash and bang, just perfect fundamentals. Okay, so I hope you like playing for hours and hours and hours just to get the fundamentals perfect.
Like if she is going to test your knowledge of the basics of ZZZ, and if you pass with flying colors, you're going to see big damage numbers. If you do not, you're going to be not seeing big damage numbers. I played her with the Norma team, which does not rely as much on the stun window because Norma's there to supplement the damage, but it also means you can't do the crazy big damage per screenshot numbers that you're seeing people post on Twitter. I'm sure because her stun window damage can get redonkulous when it's compounded. Because you can get like three tier hits in for her big ice kaboom plus her ultimate if you time the swaps right and do wacky chain cancel shenanigans with like dial in and stuff. But I'm not quite going to dive that into that level of autism with her yet. We will likely figure out how to play the dial in team later, but that requires a whole level of extra effort on top of learning the new character. So learn the character first and then decide if we want to go that deep. The Norma team is much easier to play.
How much do you actually use dial-in?
I try not to, honestly.
It's just all too hard.
It's just too much to think about and to adjust the play of the team from normal whenever Dylan's in. Like basically, if Yadari can't clear it with Fufu, I put her in begrudgingly, and I usually run her in Yeashungus because Yeashungus comes out as the beat stick to delete something.
Who does she replace in the standard Yoshungus team?
She usually goes to replace the rabbit. So you run like Suna, Dylan, Chungus. And I will use her in the Yadari team if Fufu can't cut it, but Fufu is much better for Yadari and for in terms of fun play because Yadari's got so much going on already in her kit. With this treasure, I summon my boy Roy. Oh no, now I summon him. But yeah, and she was a lot of fun to play and figure out. Took her into the new hardest game mode and did 2 attempts. The first one was for the most part a false start. I did not line anything up right, and just kind of because I was still winging it. But then I got a better feel for it. In the next attempt, I was able to get to 22,000. I think 30,000 is possible right now. I'll have to work for it, but I think I can get it if I push it.
Only made one attempt at it, which is, I think, probably going to be my standard. I think I got 2 pips
Yeah, this one doesn't
on
seem
my first
as
attempt.
I,
I didn't use anything on type. I was like, no, I'm bringing Remiel and Bernus and Valina because I know that works.
yeah, old Bernice coming back to be a hero. She never stopped, but people forgot about her en masse. No,
People try and forget about Zoomers. They're cringe.
so yeah, but she is a lot of fun to play. I think uh, if you like characters that have a lot of options in play, but it not being super gimmicky or wacky, Sigurd's great for that. Like, and I mean options in both team building and when she's actually on the field, because you have to make executive decisions all the time about, do I blow the pips now? Do I try and build a pip now? Do I refresh the duration of something of her little juice bar while I swap out? Like, there are just a whole lot of micro decisions that may not impact the immediate performance a significant amount, but over the course of a long fight add up a lot, and can really mess with your time on how stuff lines up throughout a fight. So slight adjustments as you retry stuff can see significant deviations in your performance, uh, just from trying new stuff, and I think that's fun. It just lets one character feel good to play every time you play it, because there's always a new way to mess with it if something's not working. So yeah, still don't really know how to play her yet. Have not got very much practice with her or Norma. Norma is surprisingly harder to manage than I thought she would be based on the videos of people playing her. Um, Keeping up with her energy bar and keeping the stupid Bangbu hat on the field and not getting her kicked across the arena takes more effort than I was thinking, but it is a thing. Murder this thing. I don't like him.
Really?
Can fly, you loser. He can't hit us. I'm at 1 HP. Pay no mind to that. I might have got saved by my motorbike passage just now.
I hope it was worth it for you.
No, but it's dead now. So yeah, that's Siggy. Polling was a disaster until the M1 redemption, but even then, I'm now very very poor. And the the drive discs were an absolute disaster. I do not know how I am going to get myself a comfortable position to drive discs so that I can gear future characters. So yeah, gonna have to think about how I want to progress the ZZZ account after this. I may have to skip a blonde. But you're getting that blonde, so you can have her.
Well, I've basically been skipping characters purely on the basis that I wanted her, so
So yeah, that's that is ZZZ. Okay, you can now continue. I just wanted to rant about my horse polls.
Anyway, so I don't think there's much else to say about ZZZ other than Colonel Sanders Boo, an official KFC crossover.
I mean, legally distinct, totally not Colonel Sanders, Colonel Sanders Boo.
I mean, the thing is that if they that the thing we know that they've got an established relationship with Hoyo,
Yeah,
which is like because I think that depending on how much money they were willing to invest, the KFC could probably sue them over this.
I wonder if this started as a KFC cross promotion and then the deal fell through or something, but it was already mostly done. So they just stuck it in the game.
I don't know. I think that would be even more likely to create ill will between the two companies than just like doing it out of the blue for no good reason.
I mean, that is Colonel Sanders Boo. Like, KFC Boo is a thing. Everybody calls him KFC Boo, I'm sure. Also, sure,
Anyway,
people are linking the Chubby Electron video about Colonel Sanders and how, uh, if you don't know about Colonel Sanders, watch the Chubby Electron guy's video on it because holy crap, that boy was, he had problems.
I'll take your word for it. There's some things that one can be better off not knowing about.
He tried to abduct his own kids.
Um,
And that's the least offensive thing the man did.
um,
He had anger management problems, shot a guy, killed him, and got away with it in broad daylight.
well, it is America.
You usually can't do it in broad daylight without it being self defense, and it was self offense.
I see.
And
Anyway, I've completely lost my train of thought now.
started going into KFCs after he resigned as the CEO, picking up the gravy produced by the KFC franchises that he would visit, like he's Gordon Ramsay, and throwing it at the chefs.
Okay, okay.
Regularly
Any
smack
particular
talking his.
reason?
Yeah, it was. He said it was garbage. Oh, it was watered down garbage. It wasn't his gravy. Like he taught everybody how to make it.
Okay. So Colonel Sanders kind of weird. All right, that's about enough of that. I think. I don't know that I really want to know much more about Colonel Sanders now. Um. Anyway, so WuWa. Uh, I I got me a Ching Shao. It worked out well for me. She came in 34 pulls. The sword came deep into soft pity at 71, but you know, overall in total, that's not too bad. It could be a lot worse. Could
Yeah,
be a lot worse.
my pulls were
I
not
still
bad.
have
They were not
I
good, but they
still
were
have
not bad.
some. I still haven't cleared out the new region, and I still have a little under 30k in the bank. So which is probably going to evaporate on contact with the new Hiyuki banner because I want more Hiyuki wave bands.
The
Whether or not I get a Qingxiao wave bands is still up in the air. I'll spend some time playing her and see how much I like playing her before I invest in that. Um, so far, I rather like her. She's got a good blend of simplicity and depth. Um, don't listen to anything Bridwin says because they're a bunch of clowns, but most people know that already. Yeah, there are a lot of good reasons not to pull Qing Xiao, but there are also a lot of reasons that are not good reasons to not pull Qing Xiao. Like if you're not pulling her because she requires specific teammates, well, you need to take a look at all of the other characters who also have specific teammates. If you're not pulling Qing Xiao because her signature is a big upgrade, well, you need to take a look at every premium character for whom their signature is a big upgrade.
I don't
Like
even
these things are just not real reasons.
like the only two signature weapons that are huge outliers. Well, they're all very, very good to pull, and you really should for characters in WuWa because it's guaranteed and it is a big uplift. But the two that are really only two I can think of where it is worth noting because the jump is so big and the options so limited are cartwheel and no no. And
I'm sure that Jingran will join that club shortly, since
probably,
he's an HP scaling damage witch dealer.
probably, and cartwheel sword is currently the only HP scaling sword.
Yeah, well, he's a claymore user, so that won't even help him. He literally doesn't have a weapon in the game, I don't think. But yeah, the early, like super early sketchy calcs from the test servers suggest that his signature is like a 40% uplift. I'll be interested to see if they have the same degree of complaints about him. Um, but yeah, so you can play Qingxia quite simply. It's true. Like, there's a lot of people who are like, left click waves. You just hold down left click, it does the whole rotation for you. And it's like, wow.
Let me introduce you to Lupa.
I mean, it is technically quite true for Looper as well. That she's got an outrageously straightforward rotation in essence, but against a target dummy, like if you don't ever have to like change targets or move or dodge or make any decision on the fly because the opponent is winding up a massive move that is going to tag you if you're standing anywhere near it, so you've got to run out. Like, there's lots of fundamental combat decisions which interrupt your flow, and Qingsha while like in a situation where you're fighting against a trash mob that suffers knockback from everything you do, sure, you can just hold down left click, use skill, hold down left click, use liberation, swap out. But how many times are you going to be able to go through a whole rotation against a trash mob? But that's just not a thing. I'm sorry. That doesn't happen. Um, Targets are going to stop getting knocked back and punt you. That's just how it is. So, yeah, Qingxiao's mechanics are relatively simple in execution, but only when everything is going perfectly. In order for her to move into her transcendent form, so I'm in the transcendent form at the moment, which is the sort of the pale glacio colored one, because obviously glacio is the ultimate destination for blue ladies, I guess.
Well, it's the origin
But
point, but it is definitely not the destination they got to.
yeah, but at any rate, you've actually got to fill 2 forte bars that fill from different things. If I recall correctly, in the normal combo, the green forte bar, which is the left side, fills from
Round
odd
attacks.
numbered attacks and ground skills, and the right side fills from even number attacks and air skills. But there are also other muddling things to it, like depending on the way you execute, you will either like if you execute your skill from air to ground, then you get like a big chunk of green if you're charging green, and you get a buff to blue charging rate if you're charging blue, etc. If it gets out of sync and you don't have a buff up to increase your charging rate, etc., it actually takes forever to charge, like from a cold start with no buff. So yeah, there's going to be some rough spots if you end up in a sticky situation and say Whimpering Waste where the things don't line up, you don't quite hit liberation in time to refresh your buffs, and you have empty bars. Like, that's going to get ugly. Plus, I think that she's going to be quite poor for Whimpering Waste generally, because she's got kind of a narrow target zone, which is sort of like, if I had to liken it to something, I would say she can hit everything in front of her in a Phoebe circle.
I mean, yeah, Phoebe
Th-
Circle's
There's a
not small, but it also is
But it
not.
has definite outsides that are still on the screen.
Yeah, it's not no no, and it's not Chiakona's vortex or something.
Yeah, so it's you need to have some grouping assistants or positioned very carefully, and it can be a bit challenging to get things nicely lined up to drop a sword on them. Um, and then there's sort of like the fundamental issues with Tune Strain as a mechanic, in that it's sort of like it's quite narrow, can only focus realistically on it's only designed for longer boss fights against hordes of trash. It's not great to begin with because it's got the transfer issues. Um, Qingxiao in her base kit has a lot of transfer issues ironed out. You can pluck stacks of mind lock off of a dead mob and put it on a live mob, but the means of doing it is a little bit jank, and I haven't figured out if it's actually always working or not, or whether I'm doing it wrong. It sounds in essence relatively simple, but that's based on an interpretation of a Kuro tooltip, so anybody's guess if I'm reading it right. Nobody can understand those things. There's basically, you need a PhD in Wuthering Waves Z's in order to understand tooltips in this game. But yeah, in terms of damage output, like calcs wise, she's sort of middle of the pack now. She's not like
Middle of the
old
meta
school.
pack.
Well, yeah, middle of the meta pack. And I'm like, so I'm saying she's not old school. Like, she's not along with the characters who need buffs in order to be used at all in End-State Matrix. She's not in that class. But generally speaking, she's sort of like more in the vicinity of like Ameth Tune Rupture than something up near the top of the pack, like the most premium versions of Yang Yang, or like Sigrika, who is still sitting on top of the mountain, particularly for Whimpering Wastes. I don't know. I never really spent much time tinkering with Sigrika's kit, but it must be incredible because she's basically the undisputed champion of the game right now. Like, there are use cases where other characters beat her, but in the main, she seems to just sit on top of the mountain forever.
Oh, she is Irish Phoebe.
But yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do if, like, because I want from just seeing her design, I wanted to pull swimming, but if she's just a echo support, I'll have to think carefully. Do I need to just go into building a Sigrika? Is that the thing that I'm going to have to do now?
There is another Echo support to help you make that team with the full 3 characters that you can pull if it ever gets a rerun. And it does not stop jiggling. And has a lot of jellyfish.
Is it your favorite thing to just try and convince people to pull Cantarella?
It is quite fun. I enjoy it very much.
But yeah, so she doesn't produce premium performance in terms of like what the meta people would consider premium. She's not that quick swap friendly because there are buffs that drop off of her if she swaps out. Everybody says that about every character on release. Oh, you can't play quick swap with this character, but invariably some autist figures out a way to do it.
I'm here to tell you, Cartwheels reads like she's not quick swappable, but the only way I can use her in Whimpering Waste is quick swappable, and it works.
So yeah, the autists are all unhappy about her power level, but well, at least it appears people who want to posture that they're autists are unhappy about her power level, but I'm not sure how many of them actually play the game, or how many are just talking about playing the game on social media, because that appears to be a lot of people. But yeah, I'm quite happy with her because I pulled her because she's pretty, not because because I need hyper meta performance, and it would give me another excuse to use Danya, because currently, previously Danya was joined at the hip to Fusion Burst Ameth, who in my team was joined at the hip with Chisa, and Chisa is needed on like 3 of my teams. So yeah, girl needs a holiday. But yeah, so now I've got a Tune Strain team. Haven't spent much time playing with it because my attempt to get echoes for my attempt to get echoes for Ching Shao was like Aristeel's attempt to get discs for Sigrid. I didn't spend all of my resources, however, I spent more in a single sitting than I ever have before. I eventually got some mediocre passables for her lower 4 slots, but the top slot is currently still a 1 statter, and I used up every single echo I had.
Alright, I guess I can go see if I can queue us for that. It's in an instance.
You can't interact with the door. I already tried it. Or maybe you can find a way to. I was unable to.
I'm going to go attempt.
But
Oh, I can go inside there. Maybe if I go inside and you follow me in, it'll work. Let me not take Amy to this fight.
I could not go through the door at all when I went there.
Oh, I'll
Let's have
go
a look.
inside and see if it opens. Who do we want to stick on this team? You know what? When in doubt, where is our favorite roller skater? Open? Or does it let you in?
Nope. Nope, it's just a wall for me.
That's
A very
that's so
jade-colored
weird.
wall.
Because he's right here.
I don't know why they keep doing this. This is so stupid and frustrating.
Well, I'm stuck in here now.
I wonder what happens if I try and join the game while you're in there. Oh no, you appear on the map. But you appear on the map. Like, you're moving around on the map, but I can't see you. So wherever you are does overlap with real space in some way. If I leave co-op and rejoin, I wonder. Because you're already in there now. Normally it joins me to wherever you are, right?
Yeah.
Let's just exit co-op and rejoin and see if it'll just drop me in there or whether it'll say, oh, you can't join him because he's busy.
Oh, you know. It might have a hiccup there, because, oh dear. The multiplayer instance is still live. And it might put you where you were, because we know WuWa. Oh, you're here.
Yeah, so why not let me in? Am I supposed to be pressing a button that I wasn't pressing or something?
I just walked through the door. There was no button.
Well, I couldn't walk through the door.
Oh, good. He's a menu. He's a menu restartable. Yeah, that's weird. Well, we can farm your boss now. Wonder if you can do the same thing with like Maya and stuff.
I guess
Now,
it depends on whether it's a true instance or whether it's a place on the map.
yeah, because there's no loading screen to get in here. So yeah. Um.
Yeah. Anyway, so in terms of like performance, if all you're looking for is like raw power, there's not a strong argument for pulling Ching Xiao. If that's your only concern. But I mean, she's pretty, and if what you're more interested in is world exploration, she's actually really good for that. She's not quite as crazy fast as Ameth is, but then who is? But you've got some actual control. I don't know about you, but I have difficulty steering the Ameth when
You
she's in flight mode.
you can steer her.
To a very small extent, it is technically possible to steer her. But yeah, you can basically sword surf wherever you want, and she can actually move really quite fast. And of course, because it's part of her normal combat move set, um, you can straight up do it in places that you can't normally, like ride the bike or use the glider or whatever.
I don't even really try to use the Ameth mobility tool. It's too unwieldy.
Yeah, Ching Xiao's on the other hand is like it's quite usable.
Dadgummit.
You can feasibly use that.
You know you're never getting an intro skill, girlfriend. It's not happening.
Ching Xiao also has one of those unique tune break animations, rather than just like your standard one.
Yeah, I noticed the story because you get to hurt a lot. Before we get off into that, though, I did pull a character this week in WuWa, but there's not a whole lot to say about it because I covered why I was pulling her before, and the pulls were just okay. They weren't a disaster, but they weren't as good as yours. And that was I pulled Denia so I can make Team Pink Woman, and first test run of Team Pink Woman actually went okay. Took it into Whimpering Wastes, which is the one I always had trouble with. And ran Pink Woman, and they managed to get like 27,000. They're shilled this week, but they helped a lot, and I was quite happy with that performance of them. The big thing with the running Team Pink Woman instead of the Chisa version of the team is you have to do some wacky gearing to make it work. Because of the way the buffs line up. Because you want Denia to go first, not second like she normally would. So the way but you still want the Flaming Clawprint buff. So the way you do this is you take Flaming Clawprint off of Lupa, and you put it on Denia, and you get the energy regen set that passes attack to the next character, and put that, I forget what it's called, I'm brain farting. The one that everybody has as a
Moonlit Cloud?
There you go. You get that one, and you stick it on Lupa instead to make it work. And this necessitated completely regearing Lupa, getting an additional Flaming Clawprint set so I didn't mix the two and could save them as separate sets, leveling them both up, and one of those two sets needs some work. I forget which one that has some piece. I think it's Denia's Flaming Clawprint set that needs help. And just redoing them from scratch and not having the default Denia one, whichever one that is. So I don't have any of those that are available at the moment because I am functionally out of tubes. And the next project is to work on Sigrika and get a gear set for her because I'm going to be pulling Irish PB after I didn't get her last time, and I in the YOLO pulls I did. So yeah, but much like I mentioned before, the purpose of Denia is not so much I wanted to pull Denia for Denia's sake. It's that I wanted to give Linné and Mornier a break because those girls are way too busy. Or at least let them attend their other responsibilities because they are overworked little girls.
I did pull Denia for Denia's sake, and I had difficulty using her, so I ended up being relieved when Qing Xiao got announced because it meant that I would actually be able to use Denia instead of her being mutually exclusive with a better team.
So yeah, that's all. It did perform good with the gear I managed to get for Denia. I've started pre-making a Sigrika set, which is also why I'm so low on tubes. And that set is currently out of echoes right now, so I need to get more of that. But that can happen over time. We don't even have a rerun banner announced, so yeah.
I'm sort of surprised about that. It feels like it's been a while.
Yeah,
Has
because
she been run twice?
No, I think she's only been run once.
Yeah, normally I expect people to come back, but I mean, I guess Hyuki's only been run once as well, so.
Yeah, she came out after Siggy though. She might have had a rerun. I don't think so though. I feel like I would have been tempted to pull on her if she had another rerun. and check after we murder this guy again. Now I'm paranoid that I'm just having a Mandela effect moment. You ever get those?
If I might do without knowing it.
Like I just get random feelings all the time that I believe something, but that may not be actually true.
A lot of times I do go through the experience of, "Oh, I dreamed that." Was that the one that happened in the dream or not?
No,
Because I tend to just have dreams about what I was doing when I was awake. Like, last night I just dreamed about what I was doing at work that day.
okay.
So
At the end of 3.6, it will be 9 weeks before Segrika's last run, which was her only run. So she
that's
will.
gotta be one of the longer gaps for a first rerun in recent times.
I think it might be the longest ever. Yeah, it is the longest ever. The only one that could possibly match it is Changli. She got rerun on week 10 after her release. Everybody else is 6 or less. There's a few 8s in there
Did
too.
Sigrika not make enough? I'm sure even if Sigrika didn't make that much money the first time round, after people have really seen how she performs long term, I think that she'll be quite
She, she didn't
likely to.
she didn't make
But
money the first time because she was on Amy's banner, or the one right after it or before it.
maybe maybe Swarming really is an Echo Premium support, and they just want to release her alongside for the extra dosh.
It's possible. I mean, Lucilla works fine for the Echo supports that I need her for. Like when I stick her on the Galbrina team, she does just fine. Too many dang characters, too many Lucys.
Oh, the rumors say that they are releasing another one.
Oh no.
I'll have to check what the name was, but it's extremely close. When we kill this Calamity effigy, I'll see if I can find the rumor just quickly, because there have been three names going around um, that are supposedly leaks of the 4.x characters, the first three 4.x characters. If I can actually find somebody who is likely to post about it. Because I remember thinking that can't possibly be real. That's too close. It's too close to what we've already got. Who? Oh, yeah, Lucille.
Gotta
So
be
same as Lucilla, except with an E on the end instead of an A.
you've gotta be kidding me.
The other two being Anna and Amethyst. So yeah, Lucille. In addition to Lucy and Lucilla.
And what's the Lucy in well, we have Lucy, actual Lucy in ZZZ. What's the other Lucy in ZZZ? Because now the name
Lucia.
Lucia. Okay. Yeah, their names all start to blend together. Too many Lucys.
Wait, I can operate the reset in here? Or did you press it?
No, you pressed it.
But I can't operate the anything anywhere.
I think this area is just really screwed up in its coding because of the door. How are you going to get out?
I guess leave co-op and have you get me out.
So if you really wanted to be mean, I guess you could just trap somebody in here.
Well, they could just leave and return to their own world, so.
Yeah, I mean they could, but if you wanted to put somebody in timeout, oh, I guess we can test it next time if you can restart it. Pew pew. So yeah, new characters in games. I'm planning to get Robin next in Star Rail, so I'll have done a burst of characters in all games. I'll be rerun dependent in WuWa if I get something next patch. ZZZ, I'm planning on skipping the next two, especially after how the horse went. But I'll get Summer Robin and might make executive decisions there. The only character I want after Robin that's been announced has been Pearl, um, and that's like 7 weeks away at least. So
Yeah, I'm hang in there for Pearl.
see if you can restart it. Walk away.
Okay.
Yeah, you just turn that on.
So just breaking all the rules today, are we?
Yep, you know it. Got me out of the sky.
What do these constructs even do?
Oh, they messed with
I
the
mean, I'm
tar.
just kind of beating it up because it's there, but
As far as I can tell, all they're doing is messing with my targeting. But yeah. So yeah, did you do any of the story? I crammed it all in on Friday night, stayed up way too late doing it.
I crammed part of it in last night and the rest of it, I think, this morning.
Did you get to the epilogue with Lampman?
Yes, I did get to the epilogue with Lampman.
Okay.
I have the instrument and everything.
Yeah, okay.
So, social media hated this quest. All of them were moaning and groaning and complaining and whinging about it because, gasp, it seems very Gathering Wivesy if you play male rover.
Uh, I thought the first hour of it was very snoozeworthy, but it picked up pretty quick after that. I don't have a problem with the back 2/3 of it, but the first like hour is just very slow.
I was trying to do chores at the same time as playing the first hour of it, so I didn't perceive that it was slow because I was doing like a gajillion other things at the same time.
And also the first hour is very. I get that these games are made in China, and you expect some bits of the homeland of any given game that's made to come into the main product, especially in a region based on that homeland. But we were getting dangerously close to the Hong Long Dong farts the mountain queefs into the wind for some of that.
I think that's just a uniquely you problem.
But the back end of it was fine. I like the back end of the quest. Everything after you get inside the pagoda.
I like any situation where Sui Sui is busy winding her sister up. I enjoy all of the scenes with both of those two in them. But yeah, I mean, the beginning is, you know, sort of a product of the end of the last chapter. I feel in that like nobody really knows what they should be doing to try and solve the situation at this point. Like all of the leads that anybody had have totally evaporated. So now what? Oh my goodness. I keep missing because he just dodges out of the way, so I'm not getting any resources.
I'm trying to stay on and heal us. When I get Forte bar or a Concerto bar to throw the ball up, because for some reason, has an activatable that requires you to have a full Concerto bar.
So Changxia has a skill with a 20-second cooldown. So when the boss dodges out of the way of it, you're screwed for the next 20 seconds.
I left my moon bubble over there. Moon bubble. didn't lock onto him at the start of that fight.
But
But
yeah, I enjoyed it. I liked it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what the sheer degree of salt online is about it, because I can only assume that they, you know, they're all just perverts and they wanted to see something more weird than they got. That seems to be the normal reason they get upset.
I mean, WuWa's not the game that you would normally go to for that.
Yeah, but they always go to games that are not the game you would go to for that. That's the thing. They always go to some other game and try and corrupt it. Because the corruption is the object, right? It's not about getting the media that they want. It's about destroying the media that somebody else has and making it into their thing. It's a conquest thing. It's not a consumption thing, fundamentally. Because otherwise they wouldn't keep playing a game that has never given them what they want.
I mean, the swimsuits are very detailed, yes, but
But they don't like the swimsuits. They're annoyed by the swimsuits. They're all the crew that think that the best outfit in the game is Zani's one.
I mean, Zani's outfit is, it works, but it is elevated by the alt version that I'm sure they hate.
They don't play the game, so they've never seen the old version because it's not in any of the marketing.
Alt, like ULT, not alt, ALT.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
Because you have to play to use the alt, right?
Oh, right. There you go. Wasn't sure where
But
you
none of them
getting
play
at
the
there
game.
for a sec. Yeah.
None of them play the game. That's the thing. They play the game through Twitter. They don't know about anything that's not being talked about on Twitter. But
I mean, because that's like the most schooner bait thing in the game.
but yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff that you have to read into what is going on from the perspective of the characters relative to, you know, what is spoon fed to you. And it does to some extent, you know, play in a simple way on the sort of the tropes of the genres that it's riffing on, because, you know, in China, cultivation slop is the equivalent of isekai slop in Japan. Like, there's just a million light novels effectively about, like, random guy becomes a cultivator and gains superpowers after doing something ridiculous. Like the parody version is unsheathing and sheathing your sword a million times
Yeah.
to gain super cultivation powers. Like this is a trope, and the way that it's being done here is a very sort of like simple but effective deconstruction of the whole thing by, you know, tackling the question of, okay, let's say you're like this all-powerful cultivator or whatever. You become a transcendent. Now what do you do now? You've
Yeah.
had to cut yourself from off from everything in order to get to where you are. What do you do with all of the power that you've attained now that you've attained it? You set off on the path to gain power in order to protect people, but now you don't care about people anymore. So what? What do you do now?
Yeah, I like
So
when it
this
went.
is fundamentally sort of like the problem that Eastern spirituality has. Far Eastern spirituality is always about self-negation, and as such, there's no final end to it, as opposed to Western spirituality, where the final end is God. So this is basically exposes the, you know, the fundamental fallacy at the core of spiritual cultivation in Eastern spirituality, is that there's nothing left at the end. Now, WuWa being WuWa, it will be implying a sort of like a humanistic response, a humanistic conclusion, but of course humanistic conclusions are given lie to by the fact that half of the population of Solaris 3 is an absolute shitter sort of thing. Like, this is just the setting is lousy with really bad people, which is the same as the real world. So,
I mean,
but yeah, so it's an interesting way of taking it rather than simplistically just making the character become superpowered and then never dealing with any of the emotional fallout of having given up your entire sense of self in order to get there.
yeah, I liked when it subverted it because I'm aware of cultivation slop existing in my periphery. I've not read any of the anything that is around it. I know it's popular. You see mobile games about it all the time, but aside from
Well,
mobile
it's
game ads, I doubt most of the Western audience is even aware it exists.
yeah. Well, the thing is that in terms of like content wise, it is basically indistinguishable from isekai. Like you can't tell the difference because the endpoint is the same. And in most sort of like cultivation slop, the character will never have to actually, spiritually cultivate, right? They're excused from answering any of those questions because it's designed to be a wish fulfillment fantasy, which just has an outrageously powerful main character like Isekai slop does. There's no interest in the question at all. That's not the point. But, if you're going to deal with it in a character that, the player is supposed to feel some affection for or affinity for or at least relate to on some level, well, you have to ask and answer the question about what's going on inside. Like all we know about Ching Xiao is she sits on a mountaintop and plays her chin. Like that's what she does. And that's the classic image of the cultivation master, right? They sit and meditate on a mountaintop. That's what the Desert Fathers did as well in the Christian tradition. They would basically sit in a cave in the desert meditating, and then they would, give advice to people who came to see them and write stuff down occasionally, though not always. But in the case of sort of like the Christian spiritual tradition, the purpose of spiritual poverty is to detach oneself from worldly things, not to detach oneself from everything. So the end point isn't within the self; it's above the self. So there's an actual path there that extends beyond where the cultivation story's path ends up, which is it is in itself a pastiche of like Buddhist and Taoist sort of approaches, although Taoism's got some weird aspects to it that are like, well, I don't really see how this actually plays into the rest of it because it seems a little bit self-serving. Depends on who's executing it, I suppose. But yeah, it's not the most like uh nuanced or original take on it or anything like that, but it was actually done. They did actually do something with the character that forced her to come to a resolution about how she will move forward rather than, do the usual cultivator thing and continue sitting on her mountaintop for another few centuries. Instead, she decides, okay, no, what I really wanted was none of this. What I really wanted was to use my abilities to protect people, and I can't do that without rejoining the real world. All of
Oh,
this time sitting on top of the mountain never really won me anything.
I'm sure we will get a couple lines about it in 5.x about how she's being a nice girl, and she will be firmly Phoebe'd, effectively on her mountain, even though she's supposed to be doing stuff. I hope they get out of that habit. I really want to see some of the old characters come back. They got such a good roster of characters.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the flip side of gathering wives, right? Is that you've got to make sure that the wives all have the right amount of screen time, and if you keep trotting more and more of them out, well, I mean, the screen time gets spread thinner and thinner. So they just kind of need to leverage events where they can to establish some kind of balance. But
Yeah, I
but
that
yeah, I'm I was a bit appalled to see like when the story came out, the very first thing that blighted my social media timeline was a whole bunch of people saying Ching Xiao is a confirmed canon lesbian because of the very first scene with her and Sin.
Oh, I was more thinking, Shin, please put your feet away.
This is confirmed lesbianism, right? That's the conclusion they drew from that scene.
Yeah.
They were all like, "Oh, thank you, Kuro. You've finally given us canon lesbians in the game." So I'm sorry. What? What world are you living in? I don't want to ever visit. Please tell me where it is so I can avoid it.
Yeah. As I was going through the story, the second, because I didn't know anything about her character going into it and had forgotten what was told in the previous story. Going into it, as soon as she started with all the cultivation talk, I'm like, the Western audience is going to hate this.
Well, it turns out the Western audience are only interested in lesbians. Apparently.
I think Twitter knows like it's a visceral reaction out of you.
I mean, it's grotesque and all, sure, but when I play the game, I'm enjoying it for what it is. Like, I don't think about what they think. I wasn't looking. I saw their sort of uh praise of the canon lesbianism online before I played it, but I was like, yeah, but they've been wrong about literally everything ever. So this is not going to be any different this time, is it? So it didn't bother me. And like when I watched the scene, if anything, the impression I got is that contact with Shin is a source of ongoing exasperation for Ching Xiao every time she gets asked to do something. That was the impression I got. It's like, why won't you just leave me on my mountain, woman?
I definitely got a lesbian vibe from it, but not a lesbian vibe.
You were just looking for an opportunity to say that, weren't you?
Oh, you know it.
But yeah, so needless to say, there was no 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 lesbianism took place, and the thing that I found was the most entertaining thing is that there are two scenes between Shin and Ching Chao. The first one, which they all said was proof that they were lesbians, and the last one, which none of them talked about, but is the best proof that they're lesbians because Ching Chao immediately went to hit Shin in the face, which is what lesbians do in real life.
That's why they're lesbian in real life.
But yeah, so at any rate, I kind of wish that we got to see a little bit more of like the earlier version, I guess, of Ching Xiao because you see little bits of it peek through here and there, and it's very entertaining. Like she literally has two modes of interacting with the world in grand total. Mode one is play music at it, and mode two is hit it with a sword. And she just defaults to apply sword to problem with hilarious frequency throughout the story. To the point where Rover keeps having to play Only Sane Woman and stop her from just swording things. Which I thought was very funny, and I would have liked to see a little bit more of it. It's like she's definitely, this transcendent cultivator who's learned everything there is about swords to the extent where she just has to think about swords to make swords happen. But because of that, she's just become completely autistic about swords and tries to use swords to solve every problem and needs somebody who isn't autistic about swords to get her to do sane things. I wish we saw a little bit more of that. You see it several times throughout the story, but not as much as I would have found entertaining.
Please don't steal Naruto bar before I get out of this old animation. No! Oh, no Healy Field. Don't get hit for a while.
I'm so far away from my ult. I have to stay close and get lots of resources. Can you see the big sword? Is that something that can be seen from outside?
I cannot see. Well, I haven't been looking particularly hard, but I have not noticed.
Because
I've noticed more
you
than your
can't see
your swarm of normal
you
swords.
right, because you can't see your boy. You can't see your boy Roy if you're playing Ameth.
Well, he
Like
is,
it's just an explosion.
he's a scale model. Yeah, you can't.
He is a scale model.
You can see Galbrena's end explosion. Flashbangs,
And
everybody.
little else, you can see that. I just hope you don't intend to see anything else afterwards, because you won't.
But yeah, I like the story. I thought it was good. I don't have super strong feelings one way or the other. I think Wu was done better, but at the same time, I don't think it was as bad
I
as
I,
I'm
f-
sure the
I
public
felt
are making
like
it
it
out.
was. I felt like it was like a very reasonable ending to what was like was quite obviously a mini arc of sorts, a sub arc, not like a primary arc. Because I feel like there's some definitely some writing balance that they could have worked on a little bit. Like Muyu is way more credible as a villain in this one than he is in the previous one, where he just sort of in the previous patch he just sort of flies in, twirls his moustache, and then flies out again. But in this one, it felt a lot more like he felt more evil and more threatening in some sense. Like he wasn't just doing some weird nerd shit off screen, which is what you basically get from the previous
We say as
patch.
we murder him repeatedly for echoes in real time on the show.
Yeah, well, he chose to become a robot. He has to pay the price.
He chose to become the clanker. Yeah. Uh, my lack of uh analysis from the story does come, I think, from just my lack of familiarity with cultivation media in general, because it's just not a thing over here. And
I only have a peripheral awareness of it. I don't watch those shows or anything. But like I get the memes from that side of the internet and that now and again. Um,
yeah, I know
but
Seth's video.
well, I guess I do know Seth's video as well. I mean that's a thing. That is definitely a highly memey version of it. But
The,
it's highly memey for a reason, right? It's like it's not they didn't pull those memes out of nowhere. But yeah, it's I felt like they resolved a lot of the problems with Muyu feeling kind of weird by g- giving enough insight into what he's actually trying to do to make him seem a bit more real. Like he's basically a freaking open source software guy gone rogue.
yeah, he's here as the introduction villain to Mingzhou, but I get the feeling. I hope they don't like make his stuff completely irrelevant, because it almost feels like as soon as Fraxis Lady becomes a major threat, they're just gonna hard
I
pivot.
I don't I don't think I think that he is going to become irrelevant, but the point is not really him. I think that what he's doing is he's basically introducing the idea that over technology is bad. Because the setting of Solaris is like outrageously schizotech, right? Everybody can see that. But because a lot of the tech has been introduced by sentinels from outside, and it's sort of a bit bizarre that things even function as well as they do, given how disparate the technologies of the different regions are, because they all obviously derive from different civilization capsules with different types of technology being brought to the fore by different sentinels depending on their particular specialties and inclinations. But Muyu's objective is just like, no, it's not fair that this exists, but we don't have it. It should just be disgorged out into humanity as a whole.
Hmm.
And I think that that's really what they're doing here. Is they are basically, because the most of what we have about civilizational capsules is basically Peeb has one, and that's it. That's all we know, really. Is that Rover found one and gave it to Peeb because he thinks that Peeb will be the most responsible person with it.
I mean,
Um,
if, as memes aside, probably is the only answer that's a good answer given the other associates Rover has.
well, but they basically said as much though, right? It's like they said basically Peeb is the only person who stuck to righteous compassion as her guiding light throughout all of the religious tumult that the entirety of Raguna went through. She didn't let go of her principles. She didn't let go of her morals. She decided that she was going to be a good person and stuck to it even when the foundations of her faith were shaken. And so, being that she was the only one who did, she's the one who gets to hold on to the civilization capsule. It's a rational decision to make if you've got to hand it over to somebody.
That just means
But
we're going to get pseudo Sentinel Peeb as an alternate, and it's going to be in a cheerleader costume with a big bunch of frilly pom poms on a skirt.
so what this patch is really doing is introducing, okay, so there's all of this technology and there's like, all of this grief in the past surrounding the 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 previous invasion of Overthrax and the sheer amount of bloodshed that it caused and the sheer amount of human suffering that was introduced and how easy it would have been to just solve the problem with over technology from the civilization capsule. It could have just been prevented outright. All those people would have lived, but what's the cost of doing so? Why is it that the Sentinels haven't just unleashed all of this technology? And, Shin says at the end also we just didn't have enough time. But it's clear that there are other consequences based on the way people within that Sonoro act. And I think that that's where they're going. Like Muyu's just a means to an end. He's going to be tied into sort of like greater goals, I think, of the guilds that are associated with the the technology in Mingzhu. But I don't think that he himself is going to be the pivotal figure going forward because he's been relatively decisively ended at this point. I don't think
Twice.
he's coming back.
We beat up the combat body with Sword Lady, and then Catman went and stabbed his soulbot.
Soul Snake. But yeah, I think that that's basically where they're going with this. That because they really haven't given a lot of attention to what is valuable about these civilization capsules. Why is it that the Fractidus are so intent on getting them? What do they intend to do with it? Because most of what we know about Fractidus really is what did Frolova want? And Frolova's wants are completely orthogonal to anything that the Fractidus might be interested in. Like, she just doesn't care. She's trying to achieve what she wants as the primary end goal. And, I mean, as far as we know, the architect's main objective is to spend a lot of time cosplaying as a little girl.
He does seem to enjoy it a lot. Definitely got them Cagliostro vibes. Oh, he's dead.
So yeah,
I'm
like
stuck.
the broader objectives of the Fractidus are kind of similar to like the broader objectives of the Heavenly Principles, in that we know that they have them and that's what drives things forward, but we still don't know anything about what they are. Why does Tivat have to be the way it is? Why have they isolated it from the rest of society? Why has so much effort gone into preserving this sort of like this false concept of a completely isolated world and so on? And why is it so important to this particular power to protect it when none of the other big powers seem that interested in doing so? Like the Fraxidus are the same way. Like we have this idea that they've got this overarching goal of combining tacit discords with humanity, but like we don't know anything about the why. Just that's the fact of what they're attempting to do. So, oh, it's a good evolutionary path forward. Oh, well, I mean, if that's the case, like based on what, like, how did you draw that conclusion? I don't remember. I didn't recognize the name of the overseer that they mentioned. Was that one of the ones that Luke introduced? I didn't go back and check the script or anything, so but I didn't
Uh,
recognize it at a glance.
don't I don't remember. I don't even remember where it was mentioned in the story for this last patch. What scene was it in?
Oh, Muyu mentioned it as the person who was interested in getting the civilization capsule, and that he wasn't interested in what she was interested in.
I don't think
He just wanted all the technology.
I don't think we've heard the name, but there's a side quest where you see like a silhouette of a female Fraxidus member that you probably haven't done yet.
I haven't done any side quests in this entire zone because I haven't had any time to play the game.
Yeah, so I don't think they said her name in that quest though. Oops, not sure how that happened. Just pulled out the glider somehow.
This is not the time for gliding.
But yeah, I thought it was okay. I thought it's not the strongest story they've done, but it wasn't bad. We're not in 1.0 again. Quite
Well, I
the
mean, the thing is that not every story can be like 3.1 or whatever. Like there are going to be ebbs and flows to a story. If every story was like absolute hype all the time, then none of them would be,
I
in
know.
some sense.
It's just
So I think that the public's expectation that it should be hype every time is a bit on the unreasonable side.
I mean, we're not gonna have the most base FedEx driver of Roy show up and hype it up every time. No. But but yeah, it was okay. But yeah, I get the feeling in general this is going to be one that the West audience complains about a lot.
I wouldn't mind if they complained about it not being to their taste. I do I do find it irritating that they're complaining about it not being lesbian enough. Like,
Yeah,
come on, man. There could be an actual discourse taking place here, but instead you're all complaining about the fact that the female lead likes the male lead in male rover terms. It's like this is Wuthering Waves. There's a reason that people call it Gathering Wives. It's functionally a master love game. The female character's interests are going to orbit around the male character. That's always going to be the case. It's not always like super strong. Like there's not a massively overpowering romantic thread going on between, say, Rover and Lene, for instance.
until
But
the
that's
romantic
not
manta
really a
ride
thing.
across the sky.
Yeah, but that's just one scene, and it's portrayed in a romantic way, but the interactions between those characters aren't romantic. Interactions between Rover and Lucilla aren't romantic. Interactions between Hiyuki and Rover aren't romantic. Like clearly those characters value those bonds with the main character, but they aren't explicitly romantic. There are gestures that you can interpret as romantic, but the story isn't spending a lot of time belaboring the point. They leave just enough that you can interpret it that way. Like, for instance, uh, Cheng Li has a friendly and close but not explicitly romantic relationship with Rover. However, if you look at the item descriptions on the item that she gives to Rover, then you can read into it that, oh well, this is a this feather that she's given him is something that she would only give to the person who is the most precious to her. Okay, so you can read that in. This is romantic along that axis. However, the story isn't spending lots of time having her verbally gush over Rover. That's not a thing. Likewise for Sui Sui. Like, again, she gives Rover a token that's extremely precious to her, and she basically flirts with him constantly, but she's a flirtatious type of character. That sort of social butterfly type behavior is just the way she does business. That's her thing. But she is very fond of Rover, and is probably partly flirting with Rover just to wind up Yang Yang, who she can see is obviously sweet on Rover, because that is one of those scenes that they have that is like explicitly romantic. The scene where they meet at the robot, and poor what's her name, Liang Yu, is just standing at the side feeling awkward,
Yeah.
which I thought was extremely funny.
It is the prerogative of the older sibling to terrorize the younger one as much as humanly possible. In fact, it's a duty. It's in the handbook. Comes with every older sibling. When you get a younger sibling, it says right there on like page 3, antagonize them and drive them nuts every time you can.
And I basically, that's why I basically love all of Susu's interactions with Yang Yang, because I think they're all very funny. Especially the my favorite is probably still the first one where they meet up in the hold after they haven't seen each other in a while, and basically Suisu is draping herself all over Yang Yang, and winding her up as much as possible. But
Speaking of, you have reminded me of something very important I need to get figured out eventually here pretty soon. My sister and her boyfriend of like a gazillion years, like double digit years, are finally engaged and getting married. At some point, they don't have a wedding planned or a date set yet, but it's happening soon. And I have got to find a way to embarrass the ever loving heck out of her during that wedding. Like if I have to rent an elephant, it would be worth it. How much does it
but
cost to rent an elephant?
I don't know if elephants are available for rent. But yeah, it's there is lots, and for pretty much every female character nearly, you can find some dimension of romantic interpretation between them, even if the story is not explicit about it. Not all of them are going to hand a confession letter to him like Chisa did, or do the standard romantic Chinese romantic trope like did, which is where you say the moon is beautiful tonight, which is understood to be a euphemism for "I love you" in Chinese pop literature.
I mean, they could go on a fishing
But
trip like they did with Phoebe, and
I
watch another
mean,
another man fall in love with a fish.
well, they were alone at sea together for a long time.
I mean, yeah, but it's Phoebe.
It's true, it is Phoebe. But yeah, that's the nature of the beast in gacha. Pretty girls drive gacha revenues. That's not going to change. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter whether you want it to or not. There's no grand, deeper story that you can write that is not going to have these dimensions in it, because this is just what the audience wants to see in practice. They don't want to see characters in lesbians with other characters constantly, or anything like that, like is being demanded. Like this you see this all throughout, like the Hoyo properties as well, even though all of these people keep saying, oh, it should be more like Hoyo and write characters that don't orbit around the main characters. Like, I'm sorry, did you not play Inazuma?
Do you not remember? Like, we just had. Well, it's a little more awkward in ZZZ because the protagonists are a sibling pair that are actual characters. But we just had Remiel.
Well, I mean, it's very, very hard to read things Remio does as not flirtatious. In fact, the only light that you can really read it as not flirtatious is if you actually do read her as an Elysia who flirts with literally anyone and everyone, because that's just her way of interacting with people.
Yeah. I mean, I get the feeling, at least when she's doing it towards Belle, it's because she knows it annoys her. or winds her up and makes her feel weird.
Well, she just likes teasing people. That's the thing. That's just who she is. She likes to tease.
Yeah, it do be that way. But yeah, I don't get any of the lesbians or I want more yaoi and boys talk in the stories at all. I don't have a feed that filters that to me. I get the occasional YouTube video that filters through the gotcha.
Something is bugged out and I can't land.
Oh, welcome to World.
I need to run my stamina out.
Yeah, welcome to World. Getting stuck in the air is a common thing. Not usually through bugs, but
Yeah, so I mean, there's quite a bit of stuff that you could interpret as romantic between Qingxiao and Rover, but if you play the male Rover, basically it doesn't exist in the female version. Like you won't see it that way. It just doesn't present that way. But you can interpret it either way you want. Like Qingxiao does act oddly clingy with Rover at times, in the sense that she always wants to go with Rover wherever Rover is going to do whatever Rover is doing, and tends to stick very close to him a lot of the time. But likewise, if you put that in context, it's like when she was, 200 years ago, she was still in the sort of the mid phase of her cultivation and had become powerful, but not crazy, crazy powerful. And everything had gone completely wrong during the Fortress and Gorges War. And when everything had gotten to its absolute worst state, who should appear but the Rover appears um with UA and solves everything, which she was desperate for a solution and she felt like an absolute failure. And here comes this golden-eyed god from goodness knows where to magically obliterate the enemy forces. And so, of course, she's going to be a bit starstruck. And then to run into the same person again, except she doesn't know anything that's happened. Apparently, she doesn't understand the basics of the place that she's in, even though where the version of her in her memory is basically in control of everything. Like, it makes sense that they're going to have a weird and awkward relationship early on, because it's basically a little bit less of a conflict ridden version of the Frolova thing, because Rover is a person that Qingxiao has sought for a long time but couldn't get in contact with, and the one that exists now doesn't match the one in her memories at all. So, I felt like it was executed all well. Well, it was executed tastefully. It wasn't like the Chisa one is a different animal entirely. They're deliberately trying to play up every conceivable romantic anime trope that they can think of. Like, they just went through the dictionary and checked them off one by one, type of thing. But this is not that. This is basically, it's a longer retread of the Hiyuki one, which I think is the strongest criticism that you can give to the character story here. It's just the Hiyuki one again, just stretched out a bit further. Because their problem is more or less the same. Like, Qingxiao's personal issue she's dealing with is that despite all of her power, she still completely failed to protect Mengzhou during the Fortress and Gorges War. Likewise, Hiyuki is emotionally crippled by the fact that despite all of her power, she couldn't turn back the Threnodian. It seemed like a total impossibility. No matter what she did, nothing worked, and her entire home of Hanami is just gone now. Difference being, of course, that there's still a Mengzhou for Qingxiao to protect, but there is no Honami left for Hiyuki to protect. So, in that sense, it almost seems like a weird order to put those two stories in. But the purpose ultimately is to, carry on the thread of the 3.X series in demonstrating that Rover's outlook has changed since Galbrano gave him that little talking to and prevented her from offing herself.
Well, when Dante with boobies talks, you listen.
Well, I mean, maybe she would talk more if she wouldn't have to talk over somebody else who never stops talking.
Well, yeah, she has to spend her time getting the King Yapper to shut up. Why am I getting so much resonance energy off of this boss? Does he have a mechanic for that?
I don't know. Mine seems to be charging relatively fast,
Like, I
but I
feel like
also
it's
built more energy regen than you're supposed to on Qingxiao.
like Phoebe and are both building it way faster in this fight than they normally do.
I don't know. I'm not even sure how you would work that out.
Just the feel of how much time it's taken.
No, I mean, like, I don't know how you would check to see if there's a special effect.
Yeah, I have no idea.
The energy curve for Qingxiao is atypical anyway, so I don't really know what to look for myself. Because while she's charging her heavy, she, for a short time, will generate a heap of energy without needing to actually hit anybody.
Man, Phoebe domes this boss. That's without the Spectre debuff she gets from her intro skill. So quick to grab it. Okay, though. It does. But yeah, I don't have a whole lot of commentary on the story. The only part that happened that we haven't talked about is Catman, who I actually think they did pretty good with for his character arc
Yeah,
here.
I thought he was okay. I think that's driving the other half of the rage coming out of the social media community is that they were all expecting him to be the headliner for some reason.
Despite getting half of the marketing and didn't even he made like less appearance in the last story than the other one did.
I mean, he's got some fun mechanics. He's got really elaborate attacks, and his abilities are animated well. Like he's got everything you'd want in a husbando character, except that the story's not entirely about him.
I don't know.
Sorry, not everybody needs to have a huge amount of story. I mean, how much story did Rochia get? She got a character quest, but what do you learn about her during it?
Uh, you I don't know. It's the worst one. Okay, that's not fair. There's the worst post 2.x one. So
I
yeah,
wonder if this guy's regretting his decision to become a robot yet.
murdering it. So yeah, um, that's all I got for WuWa's patch. Um,
People are already talking about it as the worst patch in history, and it's like I don't really feel that way. I enjoyed the story for what it was. I had a good time going through it. I
Like, I
like the
genuinely,
characters. Like I don't
I
understand why you guys are so upset.
we are going to have to really address that the most of the Western audience has not watched Seth's video on cultivation and probably has no dire ducking clue what the heck it is.
This is your standard introduction to cultivation now, is the Seth video.
I mean, it's literally the
Be
only piece
it's
of
gonna
cultivation media I've watched.
I would don't know if I would call that cultivation media, but okay.
Like, it's the closest thing I got. And I guarantee
But
they didn't
it's
have.
about turning people into poo and
Look,
selling your dingus.
yes. So you see, if I only have that context and they don't even have that, all of this is just they already have poor reading comprehension. They have no dire ducking clue what's going on in this story.
I think it's more fundamental than that. I think that this is actually just fundamentally spiritual impoverishment. Like most of these people don't comprehend anything except media consumption. The idea of anybody having any kind of genuine inner life is just alien to them.
And really appreciate the Sentinel, the Threnodian Sentinel hybrid design on Phoebe's circle in this room.
Isn't that like heresy now or something?
Yeah, probably. That's what we need PBSP for. How'd you start it?
No,
Oh, I guess there's a timer.
there's a timer. I've seen this happen before.
So yeah. Um, I think that's it for WuWa. You got any other stuffs to talk about before we go in? There was no email this week, but you sent me something that I can yap about.
Did I?
Yeah, like right before the show.
Huh.
I made notes on it and sent them to you.
Oh, that was just me sitting on the can,
Yeah, I was like,
sending
I
something I'm interested in. Oh, this looks interesting. I recognize this character. I'll send it to Harry.
like, oh, I guess I can talk about that. Like, I actually have a clue about that. Let's
Well,
see.
you didn't talk about it in the WuWa context, though. You didn't say anything about the vocal performances this time around, because I only played in the Japanese, and the Japanese was basically on par with the way it always is.
Right. So because of the way the script's written, well, the performances are fine. I thought actually the Catboy was a much better performance than uh Cultivation Girl. But this is the other problem with me attaching the Chinese setting. I have trouble with names already in English. I can get some Japanese names okay because I've just consumed so much Japanese media. I have consumed no Chinese media in my life aside from gotcha games, and anytime the Chinese names come up, it takes a very long time for them to finally sit in my head. So you're all getting descriptor nicknames until your name's set in, which will be a while. I guess I'll post this in live show chat and hope the ball. Oh, other thing. While I was going through our chat history to find it, I was doing pulls in WuWa, and I got a double weapon pull, and I've been getting a few double weapon pulls lately. Like I got two of Arya's ball and two of Remiel's ball in ZZZ, and now I got two of Denia's teddy bear. And Vol's like, "Oh, you sure are getting a lot of doubles lately." I'm like, "Yeah, weapons at least." And then I got, you know how you get like the 7 green balls at the start of every new patch, and plus the battle pass ones. I'm like, "Oh, I got 10 green balls. I'll do a pool." I got double Verena just because the universe has to make me not write on the statement now.
I wish the universe would make me not write about statements like that.
I mean, it is Verena. She's not particularly useful to me now. The time when I desperately needed her is kind of past, but yeah, that was the thing that happened. Um, let's see. So, there's apparently some award show coming up for ENVAs and Ingachas as one of the awards.
It's a mobile gaming awards thing.
Yeah. So, the nominees are, of course, Aaron Yvette as Miss Hiss, Molly Zhang as some Arknights character I don't know, Deneen Melody as Sandrone in Genshin, Alex Cazares for Becca in Wuthering Waves, Blythe Mellon as Ashvale in Star Rail, Yozette Halpert for that reverse 1999 game, uh, Lindsay Shepard in Neverness to Everness, don't know that character, Caleb Yen as some dude on what even game is that?
I don't know. I don't give it up.
Yeah,
Where
Four
is it?
Cloud in Mongol Stardive.
Oh, Mongol Stardive is a relatively popular current one, but it's mainly popular, I think, because it's one that it has no 50/50. It just guarantees you the character. I think, or it was either that or there's something about its gacha people were positive about. Like it was either that or they just shower you with pull currency or something.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly.
Next up is Emmy Lowe for Columbina in Genshin, and Brianna Knickenbocker for Mint and Neverness to Everness. Most of
So
these,
Lindsay Shepard's character Hotori is she's like the boss of the sort of antiques shop you end up working for, and Mint is like your Amber. She's like 1.0 girl who gets you into the swing of things.
yeah. So while I do not know most of the characters that these actors have played, I do know them, and I know just based on raw talent and who has range, basically what the award should be.
Yeah, well, we know that for starters, we know that none of these awards shows are based on who is actually good most of the
Yeah,
time.
we know what I'm about to tell you is not going to be the winners or anywhere close to their actual placements. Just murder this guy real quick so that I can actually look at this. Goes okay. So start from not the obvious one to her last. So Caleb Yin. Oh wait, no, that's not the bottom. We'll start at the bottom with Brandon Knickenbocker. Brandon Knickenbocker's good, solid candidate for third place, but her problem is she has one voice, and it's the same voice for all her characters, and it is the Narmaya Tita voice. She will sound like Narmaya in every single character she plays, and once you hear it, you can't unhear it.
Now Maya's like the very short but very busty sword girl, right?
Yeah, the sleepy one, pink hair, draft girl. Uh, so she is good, but she can only do one voice. Emmy Lou, according to Behind the Voice Actors, is the voice for Lucy in uh WuWa, the crossover Lucy, the cyberpunk Lucy. And she's up for Columbina. She should probably take second place for the Lucy performance. I don't know why she's up here for Columbina because
Only
her
because Columbine is a popular character.
yeah, her Columbina performance is just okay. Her Lucy performance is outstanding. Uh like she just clearly likes that character more. Columbina is I mean, she does the Sleepy Time Girl okay, but it just sounds like Sleepy Time Girl. Like it fits Columbina's character, but it's just Columbina's character doesn't allow a whole lot of room for emoting and plus projecting your chops as a VA. But she did a good job with Lucy and ZZZ. No, not ZZZ, WuWa. Freaking
There are
Lucy.
so many of them.
Next is I gotta scroll down, but the boss came back. leave this area after we murder him this time because targeting stop. Hit him. Grab this and call that our kills for now and just abandon. See if you can even exit this place. Oh, now there's a loading screen.
Oh. Nope, I'm stuck. I'm stuck in here. I'm gonna have to leave co-op and then rejoin. And I can probably just teleport out, right? Yeah, I should be able to teleport out.
So yeah, now I can actually link this stuff in the live show chat as I'm talking about it. So you got that as the nominees there. So continuing up the list, you got Caleb Yen, the most mid-sounding voice actor I've ever heard in all the roles that I've heard. The big one being male Trailblazer. The only reason people liked Caleb so much as male Trailblazer is because Old Stell was so terrible, even if they didn't want to admit Old Stell was terrible.
If you went by just discourse alone, you would think that the old Stell was the best voice actress of all time.
No, she was absolutely horrible. Like, as bad or worse than 1.0 Yang Yang. Lindsay Shepard is generally good. She normally voices more cutesy characters. She does Fufu. She's a solid third place candidate, I would think, just in general, based on how I know her performances. Don't know anything about that particular role, so maybe she did really outstanding in that one. Who knows? Let's see. Josette Harper is from Halpert. I've never heard of this name before, and she has no credits on her behind the voice actor page. I think she is brand new. So I don't know anything about her. That's a not for us type of gotcha game. So I have no idea about the character and how well she does, but yeah. Blythe Mellon as Ashvale. He's how do I describe this? He's mid to good as Ashvale. He has good moments, which puts him significantly above the average for Star Rail. But he does not own the character of Ashvale like we'll get into owning a character in a minute. It's just an okay performance. It works for Ashvale. It doesn't really go above and beyond for something you should be getting an award for, but it's okay. The one that is the hardest to judge is Alex Cazares as Becca. No. No.
Can she do any other characters?
I don't know if she has any other roles. What she does for Becca works. It fits Becca, but it also is strained. And while that fits for Becca and the voice cracks, work with Becca being Becca, I don't think so, girlfriend. And half of her English voice lines are emphasized by the fact that we get the censorship beep in English to make them funnier or more impactful.
Yeah, but that's not her.
Yeah, that's the censorship beep. That's what I mean. So yeah, I think she does good as Becca, but I don't know any of her other roles, and I would not give it for the Becca performance. On its own, it's not good. In context with the character, it's good, and when context with the other characters around her that she's bouncing off of, it's good. But on its own,
as a momentary aside, while I've got it handy, I just decided, well, we farmed all of these echoes. I'll just, the very first one.
get that in my notes. I mean, that's all you want, right?
Yeah, I mean, like that's. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll move on with my life now. Don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of these. Maybe I'll have time to sit down and mold over them at some point in the future.
Maybe another character will need them.
I don't think that's going to be the case. All the eco sets are hyper specific these days.
Yeah, yeah.
Last one was HP. Gee.
So Alex, no, I don't think so. Deneen is okay. She's good. Oh, she's actually good as Sandrone, but she's like the stock does a good job with the Japanese tsundere archetype character. There's no kind of like extra emphasis on the role that makes it stand out. Molly is I don't like Molly as a voice actor. I think Molly is fun as a person when she does her streams with other voice actors and gives commentary on voice acting. But as a voice actor herself, she is mid. She is the most mid sounding voice actor you've ever heard. Like, she clearly knows what the craft is. She's just got no talent for it. she's
It's a
not
bit brutal.
she's not bad, but she is really not good. And the one that should obviously win is Aaron Yvette's Miss Hess. Cecilia from ZZZ. Like, it should be no
Yeah,
contest
like
here.
I normally find English performances simply not worth listening to, but the one real standout exception over the past year that I've seen to this has been Cecilia.
Yeah, like, I will just dump in live show chat. This was literally the first clip that I saw someone post in the thread that Vol linked me. Like, I just grabbed the first one. And you can do this for any of Miss Hiss's clips. She puts that much effort into all of them. Like, she just really likes playing that snake. And furthermore, Erin has a ridiculous range. She plays the bouncy and kind of dumb, super dumb, hungry snake girl. And then she also plays Arlecchino in Genshin.
I I can't I can't relate the two, I'm afraid.
Like that is a ludicrous character range and tone range because she doesn't sound at all like one character or the other. When it came out that it was Aaron, I'm like, I know that name. I've seen that before. Oh, it's Arlecchino. Oh, how? How do we go from polar opposite ends of the spectrum? Like, Girlfriend should win this hands down. No other character, no other voice actor in English has jumped on a role and been like, that one's mine, and just became the character like she has for Miss Hess.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything. I don't listen to very many though, so there could be some sleeper hits that I don't know about. You said Mr. N was pretty good.
Yeah, Mr. N was good. I like Mr. N. He's the monkey, right?
I believe so.
So yeah. But yeah. It's if Aaron doesn't win this, the credibility of this whole show will go down because I just don't see a world where even the characters I don't know can beat Miss Hiss. That's the best gotcha performance we've gotten forever. And anytime the dumb snake is on screen, it's always a good fun time because she's just putting everything she has into being that stupid snake. But yeah, it's like
There are there are a few other categories, but we don't necessarily know enough to talk about a lot of them because we don't. You can only play so many gachas.
yeah, this comes with the context that they are voice actresses and voice actors, so I know them from other roles, so I can give a rough appraisal of how good they are based on their past performances. But yeah, uh, it's just she needs to win that one. the English dub for ZZZ in general has just been really good all around. I also note that they are ZZZ the team, not the English team, but the team in development, whoever handles the hiring and firing of people. They were the most aggressive and the ones that were first to fire people for not showing up during the strike. And it like was not subtle. They did not care how much a character was there or how much they had performed. If they were doing any strike shenanigans, they just fired them. And it seems to have worked out for them. Like the new arena is not as good as the old arena, but that's about. And the new Kaleda is not as good as the old Kaleda, but every other one is fine. And we that meant we got to keep English during the ridiculous strike a couple of years ago, when Genshin was muted for like 3 patches, and so was Star Rail. But yeah, it's and they just in general have done a much better job with ZZZ than the other two, and I have no idea why. We get little insights here and there from like Molly's poll streams where she talks about it. Molly plays Astra in ZZZ and plays Sele and Star Rail. But when she's doing her poll streams, you can get little insights into the recording process for ZZZ um, that you just don't get anywhere else, because ZZZ is actually totally fine with her doing these and even sponsored one. So they get she was able to get like Amber Lee Connors in there, who's one of the big people at their studio. She plays Farina, and she does Ramiel, and she was letting little tidbits out here and there about the process. And I'm not sure what's so different about it that just makes it better. Maybe they just lucked out and got better talent in general, but everybody just seems to put more effort into the ZZZ dub for whatever reason.
Well, I mean, there's so much different about that studio compared to the main Hoyo headquarters that it might as well be a different developer.
Yeah. But yeah, it's I have very few complaints about it, and you can see the actors seem to be pushing each other to perform better as they interact with each other more. Particularly Belle, as soon as Miss Hiss became a regular cast member. Belle was always okay, but has been getting so much better as time's gone on in Rose Califer.
Well,
Just as
when you're opposite that, you kind of have to bring your A game, because
yeah,
otherwise you're going to sound so much worse by comparison. And they since Belle has a sort of relatively high pitched female voice, and so does Sissia, a difference in quality between them is going to be real stark when they're appearing in the scene together.
yeah. And then you got other characters that are fun. Like Arya's voice actress had a lot of fun with her role and was talking about it the whole time and was really excited about it. Uh, I don't know if Megan likes that she got cast as the new Grace, or if she likes that she is in the same game as Molly so she can drive Molly nuts. It's hard to tell. Or that she just likes that she plays a 50-50 Lost character so she can make fun of people. But yeah,
These are I posted a handful of the other categories that feature games that we know about, at least, and at least tangentially. But
yeah,
there's a limited amount that we can comment on there. As far as crossover of the year goes, if Cyberpunk doesn't win, there's going to be a riot,
yeah,
because it's pretty much universally acknowledged to be the best crossover of all time at this point.
yeah. Like you can't beat that. That was less of a crossover and more of an episode 11 of the anime. Like that was the missing epilogue from the original series, is what that was.
Update of the year again. I'm gonna give it to WuWa 3.1, because 3.1 was just fantastic.
Yeah, everybody liked the Amy patch. Um,
Because Genshin 6 was eh eh, and ZZZ 2.7. Well, I mean, it's not like it was bad, but it wasn't WuWa 3.1.
I mean that was the Miss Hiss patch though. We do have to give it Miss Hiss points.
You always want to give more Miss Hiss points.
I do. Have you heard the girl?
I mean, yeah, I still use the Japanese voice acting for it, but I mean, it's not. I like the Japanese one. It doesn't have the same. I feel like it fits the character, but the character's a little bit different. Um, but it doesn't have the same degree of gunpowder that the English one does.
Yeah.
But it is a very fitting voice, but for a very slightly different character. Like you can almost hear the the Japanese one chewing bubble gum. Like that's the sort of impression you get.
More in the Gyaru direction instead of the whatever the heck Aaron's doing for Miss Hiss.
Yeah. But yeah, and Star Rail 4.0 was like the most meh point oh that they've ever had. So I'm
Yeah.
not not particularly enthused about that. But WuWa 3.1 was spectacular. The problem with these, of course, is when there's like if there's voting involved, whichever one has a preponderance of players is going to vote on it. Like there is like no objective standard in which any Call of Duty mobile update is worth calling update of the year
Yeah.
because they're just more Call of Duty, the same as every other Call of Duty release. But
Max
if
Payne
there were
Mobile. The Sims free
there's a
to play.
if there's a preponderance of people who want it to win, then it will win because that's what awards shows are.
Yeah, it depends on
Um,
it's either A, popularity, B, what do the critic in air quotes types think of the particular IPs, or who paid the award show the most money.
Yeah, for most anticipated, like Ananta would have won like years ago when it was still like people were still expecting it to come out, but nowadays I don't think anybody cares about it. Hoyo has pretty much oversaturated, so I don't think anybody really anticipates Nexus Animal Petite Planet because they just announced too many things. So you can't really be hyped for any one thing.
Yeah.
Um,
The only one of these I see people regularly talking about is Silver Palace.
well, Power World, I guess. Power World's name recognition will make that one the most anticipated, I would say.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of people are anticipating Silver Palace. Um, it's mainly though the everybody needs to be a lesbian crowd that are anticipating it, like they do for every new gacha, because they're all concerned that it's going to be like their gacha where everybody is a lesbian. I can sort of see why they would try and make the case for Silver Palace compared to other ones, because the current test version of the game, there are no gendered interactions, and all of the characters are very flirty that have been shown so far, in to one degree or another. Particularly some of the lead ones, like the Spanish girl, for instance, is like incredibly flirty no matter which character you're playing, and there's no real difference between the male and the female and how they execute. Um, Same for like the sort of the secretary type girl with the whip. Like she also has no gendered interactions, but that but is incredibly sort of flirty in her approach. So yeah, they're all going to be enthusiastic about that. But the same thing applied to Neverness to Everness. They were all convinced that it was going to be their game, that it was going to be full of lesbians, and it turned out to be a Master Love game, far more than WuWa ever has been.
Yeah. You
And now
talk
they're all not interested anymore.
you talk about these jury tards, and I've not seen a bit of them. Like they just don't exist in my world.
The thing is that they do they are actually numerous. Then this is not some tiny community. They're not numerous relative to the target community, and they're definitely not numerous when measured in terms of dollars, because none of them spend any money on the games that they allegedly play. So they are of no commercial consequence, and the Chinese companies have actually done studies to prove it because they make such an outsized amount of noise that it was believed that they might be a marketable demographic. But when they did the research, it turned out that they absolutely weren't, because they spend far more time talking about the game than they do spending money on it. So it's pretty much it's a no go from a commercial perspective. Monster Hunter Outlanders, like, it looks like it's not going to run on anybody's phone, the same way WuWa looks like it's not going to run on anybody's phone. And based on Monster Hunter optimization, I wouldn't bet it's going to run on anybody's phone.
I mean, it depends.
um,
Who's the dev house for it? Is Capcom making it in house, or they got somebody else doing it? I
I
assume
doubt they're
somebody
making it
else.
in house. They will have outsourced it to somebody, but it's still Monster Hunter. The thing is, it looks like they have imported like um familiar assets in a lot of
Oh,
cases.
oh boy, that's gonna break. That's gonna break phones.
But regardless, I don't. I just don't think that. I don't think that that's what people want. Like, it's one thing to make a Monster Hunter Pokemon Go game because it's like radically different from Monster Hunter. But as far as anybody can tell, Monster Hunter Outlanders is Monster Hunter except it's gacha, and I don't think anybody actually wants that
Yeah.
because Monster Hunter players want purist Monster Hunter, and gacha players want gacha. And Monster Hunter, like, if there's one thing Monster Hunter doesn't have an abundance of, it's pretty girls. Like, the sum total of pretty girls in Monster Hunter is like Hinoa and Minato, and that's about it.
I
There's
mean,
not really any others.
if you're into muscle girls, I guess you could go with the new blacksmith lady that's got like the cleavage.
I guess. But yeah, I think that the one with the most name recognition is Power World. The one that gacha players are interested in, like classic gacha players are interested in, is Silver Palace. And that's simply because it's got a nice look. Like, they've got like volume here and that sort of thing. Like, it looks more like Arknights does in terms of the way character design is executed, and in terms of the actual character looks. Like, design direction wise is more like Genshin, and the blending of the two is interesting to a lot of people.
Yeah, I like the I like Silver Palace's general aesthetic. It lots of floof in that game in the dresses.
And the booba,
Oh yes.
it's quite a bit of that. Mobile game audio design and visual design. I mean, there's not that much that I can say about either of those because the only one that I've really played is Arknight's Enfield, and it's okay in both of those categories. Like, the visual design of Arknights is kind of stuck because it's Arknights and that's the way it is. It does have a character to it, but it feels a bit more like Mass Effect and a little bit less fantastical. Like, it's not going to tickle the shiny object thing very much. Like, Arknight's Enfield is a game for autists. That's what it is. You
Uh,
need to map out the area, build pylons and zip lines everywhere, and build a huge factory to automatically produce everything you want. Like, this is the way you play that game. That said, a lot of people are really, really keen on the end game. I'm not actually a huge fan of the way combat executes in that game. I find it kind of awkward feeling. But the way the end game is designed, it basically scales almost indefinitely in terms of difficulty. Like, you just keep cranking it up and up and up and up and up. And so the competition is not about I can clear it in 0 cycles / 10 seconds / whatever. Like, it's just like, how hard can you go? And people compete to do the hardest one that is currently available, sort of thing.
yeah.
And apparently the boss fights are just way more fun than average because they've got way more of a MMO type feel to them, rather than it just being, get your rotations seamless and execute it without letting the boss do anything, which is the way nearly every other gacha does it.
Yeah.
So, game of the year wise, I mean, I don't know where it will go.
You
I
know,
didn't even know there was a mobile Guild Wars.
for audio visual design, if ZZZ came out this year, I would have just put a picture of your chicken girl's thighs in her alternate outfit there. And that should get him the win right there. But I guess they're only doing new
Yeah,
audio visual designs or new
yeah, I
games.
think I think that's the way they're going here. Like, If I look at the game of the years, like I don't really think any of them there are that remarkable. Some people say Where Winds Meet is remarkable, but it's only really remarkable outside the West. So I don't really know how popular it's going to be with this awards show, because this awards show is probably going to be like
It had
mostly
it,
mostly China, Indonesia, Southeast Asia, Korea, Japan, rather than the West. It's in English, sure,
it
but
had for like 2 weeks there was a huge YouTube uh push where they paid like every influencer on the planet to pump something out, and the algorithm jacked it way up. But then it just disappeared.
yeah. People say that it's quite nice though, in terms of what you can do, and the freedom. But the way that people talk about it reminds me a little bit of the way they talked about Black Desert when Black Desert was fresh.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they were very, 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 very keen on it and all of the many, many things that you could do, but it turned out to be a nightmare of complexity that just devolved into a aggressive grind at the end where you were getting grief constantly by everybody else, and it turned into a totally unrewarding experience as soon as you finish leveling. But yeah, like I don't know. Visual design wise, I felt Neverness to Everness was extremely weak. Like in terms of visual scope, it was impressive because they realized a whole city like GTA style, which was impressive that they did that. However, in terms of the elements contained therein and the expression of ideas through visual design, like it's just a strictly inferior version of ZZZ if just taken on that basis alone. Like you couldn't realize a city the size of Neverness to Everness is one in the ZZZ design language anywhere near as easily. It would be way, way more difficult if indeed you could do it at all. But if you're just talking about the visuals, NTEs are like visibly worse. And that comes right down from like visual design of like in-universe elements to UI design. Like the UI design is like a unpleasantly flattened version of ZZZ's in execution. It's just not nice to look at. So yeah, I don't think it does very well at visual design. But Arknight's Enfield has very nice visual design throughout. It's a bit super clean, but Arknight's players like that. Um, really haven't seen anybody talking about the quality of the game that is Mongol Stardive, like ever.
I don't know anything
People
about
mention it in
these.
terms of like how nice the gacha is. I think it was. I think that's the one that people were talking about. I can't remember precisely, but I don't really see a lot of people talking about it being an incredible game. But it could just be that the freaking Hoyotards in my feed have been hedging it out by manipulating the algorithm because they have nothing better to do. So, yeah. Anyway, in terms of like dearth of content week, that managed to fill a little bit of time. Um, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I saw this week that's worth really talking about. I don't really think there
I
was.
feel
There were a bunch of people talking about freaking science adventure stuff again, but
Mage is
I
finally
don't know
getting off their
why.
butt.
No, I think that they're just remaking or re-releasing something.
Mage is
I don't think they're doing anything new.
Yeah, Mage has kind of exploded multiple times, bankrupted several times. Not sure what their deal is right now or where they're at. I've kind of given up all hope on that universe actually getting, its big finale.
Did they promise one?
It was certainly hinting towards one with all the structure of all the stories, but we never got there. Oh, I know what I knew I was forgetting something. This is important. Well, it's not important, but it is to me.
Archaeozoic big hole.
Yes,
Except not.
except not. So, those of you that listen to the show on the reg, so Serathos, might remember me complaining about the release of the Trails in the Sky remake. And while I liked all the stuff in the game, the actual gameplay part of it, I had the biggest problem with localization that I've ever had because they just cocked it up. The new localizer did what was the equivalent of a literal translation, looked almost machine translation in some parts. Like it was bad. Like it was coherent, and I was very disappointed because that was the experience people were going to get as a first time Trails player for a lot of people. And it hacked a lot of people off, myself included, if you remember. And the moral of the story is bullying works sometimes. Because, as a Trails fan, we are nothing if not autistic. Now, there are different sections of fans of something as usual, but we all as desperate groups were unified in the gung ho localization was flippin' terrible. And we made sure that gung ho knew it everywhere. Every corner of the fandom. The sane ones, the moderate fans, the ones that play all the games, the ones that like the gameplay, the ones that like the stories, the ones the Yuri tards, the Yowie tards, the Reen fans, the Reen haters. We're
You're a
all
Reed fans?
oh yeah, the girls love him for some reason. We
Huh.
were all of our ire was sparked and aimed in one direction as a unified force. Do you know how bad you have to cock up to do that to a JRPG fan base? Like, imagine if all sectors of the Hoyoverse for Genshin or something were like, that was so bad, we're gonna blast you for it.
I'm afraid I can't imagine that.
That is how
Like,
bad.
I can't even imagine that for FF14.
Yes. So, Trails, while big, much bigger than it used to be, is still not quite as big as those two, but it's not a small franchise anymore. And this is the start of the franchise. It's getting remade because the original version was a PSP game, and they updated it. And the old localization was just so dang good. People like to post individual screenshots about changes to it, but if you dig any bit into it, it doesn't make any sense, the complaints they're making, because the stuff they say isn't in that line is in the line before it or after it. So the clowns that just like to hate English like to hate on the original localization, but everybody that's actually played the flipping game knows that it was amazing. And it really endears you to the characters and gets the points across way better than this stupid, super literal machine translation garbage. Like, there is a term. We'll just start from the top. So what they did, they went through and did a pass of the game and went through and changed everything back to what it should be. There were a lot of very specific examples we had, and they specifically mentioned those. There were apparently even more that they hit. They didn't list in the notes, but like a lot more. And they even went back and re-recorded most of Estelle's lines. In fact, they re-recorded like some 25% of the game because they had to do terminology changes for everything that they cocked up, which was a lot. Now, one thing you got to remember, there's two aspects to this. One, the first localization was just good. People liked it. It was better and the terms fit way more. They gave it a lot more character and they were still relevant and correct for what it was describing. Number two, we had character limits for some things on the original PSP game, especially if it had to do with combat. And this meant that some things you just couldn't put there, like Art's defense won't fit. You had to use the word shield. And these have been standard since the character limited days. And changing them out of the blue makes old hats mad, especially when it's in the middle of a bunch of other stuff. So they went through, repassed the whole game, re-recorded like 25% of the game, and it's not just terminology. They cocked it up so bad that these motherfuckers couldn't pronounce liberal. They had an ADR director in that studio telling them to call the nation the game takes place in liberal, like the the political leaning. Like, oh yeah, let me tell you about how liberal the monarchy state is. And this was bad. They pronounced Louve as leve. Like it was they could not even pronounce Zemuria correctly. Like these people did not do any homework at all, and that they just got it all wrong. They have games upon games of voice dialogue. They could have just, had somebody on the ADR team play and go, "No, okay, that's what's established. That's how it's said." And they just did their own thing for all of it, and they somehow were wrong every single time. Like instead of Hamel, it's Hamel when they say it. No, it's Hamel, the village of Hamel. So they had to go back and redo all those pronunciations too. So any line that had those had to get re-recorded. And while they couldn't get everybody back in the studio, because they were currently recording for second chapter, they used the opportunity to have the actors, while they got them, re-record the lines for the original game.
So are they using the same actors the first time round as they had as occur in other entries where there's voice acting?
As many as that have not suddenly become Troy Baker expensive.
So the voice actors themselves knew how they were supposed to pronounce them then,
Correct.
and they were just explicitly told, "No, we're doing it this way now."
Correct.
So this doesn't sound like they were incompetent. This sounds like that there's one of those I want to put my mark on this franchise people involved.
Well, they're eating it for it in raw costs now because they had to go redo it all.
Did they redo? Did the localizers redo it? Like, did whoever's the studio in charge of localizing redo it, or did like the IP controllers at the top say, "You guys are damaging our IP. You need to get things back in line now"?
I have no idea. Falcom usually doesn't have that much involvement with its Western companies, but given the raw Western outcry of this localization, it would not surprise me if Falcom did do something. Falcom being smaller means they probably react to that kind of outcry way more readily, but they didn't give an answer on that part of it.
And are these corrections, are they mandatory? Like, are they like saying, no, this is actually definitively the way it was supposed to be, or are they having it like you can choose the old version or the new version?
You can down patch the game via Steam to go back to the previous version, 2.6 or 1.
But but is this like the new default?
Yes,
Yes,
the
that's the admission of failure. That's the admission of failure. It
because
wouldn't be an admission of failure if it was just like the old school version that you can opt to use using this optional patch.
yeah, no, it is pushed as a patch for the game standard in the Steam launcher. If you download the game now and click play, you get the new re-recorded lines.
I might actually play it now because that was one of the main reasons that I was refusing to participate. It was like, I don't want to just change all that shit. I had enough trouble learning it the first time.
Yeah, like, and they some of the changes were just it's like somebody just was like, I'll just translate this as literally as possible. Like you had the tetracilic towers in throughout the entire land of Liberl. These are important to the story, and they had a naming convention. They're named after the types of septium in the world, which have names already. The the elemental ones specifically, not the high element ones, space time and mirage, but the low element ones, fire, water, wind, and earth had them already. So you had originally they were called Esmelis for wind, Amberl for earth, Carnelia for fire, and Sapphiral for blue. And they also corresponded with both a gemstone and a flower in the game. That is not what they did for the new remake's first pass translation. Or the Gung Ho decided in their cock up translation, they were going with Jade, Amber, Crimson, and Azure. We just picked gemstone or color and rolled with it. Flipped a coin.
What were they? What were they called in the original script?
Uh, they this they're called the whatever the Japanese name for the septium is, but with flower associated with it because the septium there's a flower that shares its name for all of them. I think
There's no jade flower though.
no, no that's the old cock up. In English, they call what Gunko called the Jade Tower the Ismelis Tower, which is also the name of the flower. So that's lore significant. It's in the books that you can read in game. Why this is important to the history of the world. You don't find that out until later, but still, it's there. Carnelia is very important that it be there because the Carnelia book series, named after the flower.
Don't talk to me about the book series. I had to replay that game,
So yeah,
so I missed one.
you do get to meet both the characters from Carnelia in the later games as party members, no less. Oh, not one of them. You don't get to meet the head of the Gralsritter is not playable. She's a bit too high on the power scale for that. But like the other one that really got me was the removal of the term archaism. There are two distinct types of automated beings in the Trails setting. There's the modern one, which the English local I forget the original the name they give for the modern ones in Japanese, but they do have a distinction in Japanese as well. Um, but they call those orbital drones because they use yeah. But they also have a catch-all term for all of them that just is autonomous thing, and that's orbital Muppet. Or if you look at the pronunciation Romanji with all the squiggles over it, it looks like Obama Muppet.
I'll take your word for it.
So they have orbital Muppet for the catch-all term for all automated everything. The English localization doesn't bother with the catch-all term. It just distinguishes archaism from orbital drone. And uses the appropriate term where it's supposed to. And this has been consistent for all the games. Archaisms are different than orbital drones by a lot. Number one, the original archaisms, the ones that you'll bump into in old ruins and stuff, are over 1,000 years old. They operate on energy that, while it ostensibly is similar to orbital energy, is not the same type of modern orbital energy that we have. Orbital shutdowns sometimes don't even turn them off. It's not the same stuff. They are all way stronger than anything we can produce, and the only people that can mass produce tech that operates like them is Ouroboros. Any country
Is that like the boss robot in the first chapter?
yeah, that's like the Reverie bot that you fight that Cassius has to come save the day on.
As he does.
Yeah, because of Cassius. Yeah, these things are way stronger in general. All the bots you fight on the way to it are all baby archaisms, but they're still archaisms. And they just any robots used by Ouroboros are archaisms, but they are reproductions of the original archaisms that operate the way they do, even though they're made modern in the modern day, and they're not as powerful as the archaisms of old. So that term being changed just to orbital golem for everything is what they went with was dumb. Archaism was a much more descriptive and fitting term, and just going with keeping the distinction was way smarter. And they've rolled with it from the beginning, and the term has worked great. New team just decided orbital golem when they saw orbital Muppet as the original. Like, no, that's the catch-all term they have in Japanese for all automated everything. That is not the name of archaisms.
But all of the new games also have these conventions, right?
Yeah. Every single new
Which
game.
normally in most companies, this means that there's already a style guide that exists that says all of the things that you have to call things in this IP.
Yeah. So what happened here? Basically, they had to localize both Trails in the Sky first chapter and they were still backlogged, and the West was still catching up with Trails, the latest one, Trails Beyond the Horizon. So they were doing them both at the same time. So what they did was they gave the remakes to this localization studio, Gunko, and let the same team that's the hodgepodge of Bamco and the old Xseed guys continue to work on the mainline games, and as they progress down instead of the remakes. So they released Trails Beyond the Horizon. Everything's fine with the localization. So what we expect, all the terms are correct. Gunko releases their stuff, and they're just changing crap because I guess there was just no communication. They also just got Estelle's tone wrong. They toned her down in the original, and from what people have said, they've gone back and recorded. Like, Estelle seems almost entirely re-recorded because she is the hyperactive bonk stick girl.
She's supposed to be like an energetic dunderhead. Like, that's the point. She's basically supposed to be Miss Hiss with a big stick and a sneaker obsession.
Yeah, and they just had her recorded as a generic female character with a bit of a ditzy side. That was very ham-fistedly inserted in. No, Estelle's whole thing is high energy. They also
But the thing is, how can that character dynamic work? Because without Estelle being that, how can Joshua play the straight man?
it doesn't, like, it hurts every scene she's in that she's not the high energy girl. But they apparently went back and fixed that. There were a lot of flourishes as well from the voice actors they just kept in the original Trails in the Sky, because the original Trails in the Sky did not have much voice acting at all. It was mostly only combat lines. And like narration cutscenes and stuff for the enhanced releases. Like the text in the game was just text, as far as the main story stuff was concerned for Sky first and second chapter. But there were still like audio flourishes that the fans have just come to know. Like Richard at the end of one of his S-crafts when you're fighting him. Just as like rest in peace. That's not in the Japanese, but it fits with his his position as the Western weeaboo striking down somebody. And flourishes like that are something I like in your big ultimate name cally attacks, especially if they go on for as long as S-crafts do. But they just cut them all out and didn't let the voice actors reinsert the flourishes.
It seems like a weirdly aggressive approach to take.
Yeah.
Like, no, I actually hate fun and I want this to fail.
Yeah. Like Estelle at the start of Wheel of Time, her biggest S-craft, we don't have it in English yet because she doesn't get it until second chapter. But Wheel of Time, she opens it with "Wanna see what I got?" And in the Japanese, she doesn't say that in the other games. Like the games that have been voiced since then where Estelle's been playable and has a voice. Where she's spinning her staff before she does the super move. And those kind of vocal flourishes were just removed. And they just let the voice actors reinsert them in if they knew about them. Richard's one is going around because people were very excited about that. But all this said, there was one culprit that was completely unforgivable. The acerbic tomatoes. Now, the acerbic tomatoes, they translated them as bitter tomatoes. That is, like most things in their translation, it's technically right, but it does not understand the context of this tomato. These tomatoes are not just bitter. They are so bitey when you chew into them that nobody except very specific characters can stomach them. That they are noted to physically hurt people. So the original localization team used acerbic tomatoes. This was much more colorful and in character with the tomatoes. Not bitter tomatoes. And oh boy, did we rally around the acerbic tomatoes. Because they are iconic. Not in addition to that, they are also part of the most useful recipe in every game they appear in, because they restore CP outside of battle. and they're the best way to get it. So everybody knows about acerbic tomatoes if you paid attention to the game or the gameplay at all. Like, and they just had bitter tomatoes, and oh boy, did we put them on blast for that. But surprisingly, I thought this was just screwed. My excitement for second chapter was greatly diminished because of all this. It being a remake in general, and I'm already sourish on those. I'm only giving this one a pass because it's a franchise that I really like. But I did not expect them to come back and do this. Nobody did. Like, as usual, I thought we were shouting into the wind. Because that's what this usually is. It's more of an emotional venting process than you expect something to happen. But they actually paid what must have been a ridiculous amount of money to the voice actors to fix a mistake that they didn't just make, they brazenly made. Proudly. Like, our way is correct. We're not going to bother to look up the other translations, and we're going to go and put an ADR director in there and tell them how to mispronounce everything. But they actually went and fixed it, and going forward, they promised they're going to stick with series convention, and apparently they must have got somebody on the team to go and actually play the old games and be like, guys.
I don't know. It sounds like they knew exactly what was in the old game and were going out of their way to avoid being like the old game.
Yeah, it just it just doesn't process to me why you would do it for a game that's already established. Like, if it was a new game that they were trying to colonize, it sure, I could understand that. But
What if you're
not,
just full of hate?
I mean, I guess. But who could?
These people tend to be pretty screwed up.
I mean, it's Estelle. How can you hate Estelle?
Lots of people hate Estelle.
I'm sure they
She's
do.
dunderhead.
I mean, that's what makes her lovable, though. It's also what makes her a believable character. But yeah, they actually went through and fixed it. I'll give them credit because that must have cost a lot. It doesn't totally undo the damage. That was a brazen move, and we should keep that in mind with all future Gunko products. But if it costs them this much, they might have actually learned a lesson. And they were very meticulous, apparently, in going back through and fixing all of the mistakes. I wonder if somebody got fired.
I wonder if they got told that we're going to find a new company to do it. If
Yeah.
you don't fix your shit.
That sounds like something Kondo would do if he got his nose in there. He's very protective of his baby. But yeah, I'm now all of a sudden was only going to play second chapter just because I like Trails. Now I'm genuinely excited to play it. Now that they fixed all the bullcrap. Because, oh boy, was it bad. And the clips I've seen have shown they had to do a lot. and they know it. So yeah. Yeah, I'll give them credit. Gung Ho is not out of the bad books yet, but they are on the watch list. That first bad impression was a really bad one, and I can acknowledge that you made a good, genuine effort to fix it, and you knew the specific problems you made, and your letter, while not an apology for it, reads like the corpo version of, okay, you have your acerbic tomatoes back, please stop hitting us, please. We promise from now on, never again. We won't do it anymore.
I bet the reason is going to turn out to be something unspeakably petty and we'll never hear about it, but it's going to be something unspeakably petty. It'll be like the guy who was the director, like, has a friend, well, had a friend who really liked the game, but then decided to vote for Trump or something like that.
Yeah,
And is like, I'm just going to ruin something you love because I've got TDS. It's
yeah,
gonna be something stupid like that. It's
yeah,
always something stupid like that.
yeah. But yeah, it uh Trails in the Sky first chapter was very successful. I'm very sad that is the localization most people are going to be introduced to Trails with now. Because I doubt people are going to go back and replay it for this. And although it is going to, and it's going to be jarring for those people that go to second chapter that don't drop off, where the terms are all changed back. But Gung Ho cocked it up. You got to live with the consequences of your mistakes. And honestly, I don't want the Trail series to become too mainstream because we all know what
Because
happens
you're
when that.
hipster.
Well, we know that attracts the mainstream audience, and we all know what they're like.
Modern audiences.
Yeah,
But there are not nearly enough homosexuals in this game. What do you mean you have, like, healthy male-female relationships? Not a single person in this cast has poop on their dick.
I mean, the bartender in in the Daybreak games probably does, but he's French.
Wrong.
He's this. He was their what is very clearly their attempt to not do an Okama type, but play in the same archetype. He's just turbo gay, like flame, not
He's
hitting.
camp.
Yeah, camp, like super camp, and he serves as the information broker that Van uses to go through and get a bunch of his shadier contacts with.
You'll get to see the you'll get to see what it looks like when a remake gets truly lobotomized when the Persona 4 one comes out.
I did not play the Persona 3 remake because I like my memories of those games. I want them to stay exactly as they are. I still I still prefer Smoker GA. Oh yeah, I don't want the entire English voice cast changed. Like I am very dubious of them already because a bunch of the voice actors wanted to come back for that game and they just told them no for whatever reason to make their game, I guess, the remake stand out more as its own thing. I don't agree with that if you're doing a remake. I don't like remakes in general to begin with.
I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories about why it might be.
Yeah.
There's quite a few different arguments floating around.
Yeah. Like I don't like any potential changes modern Atlas might make to it. Um like I just those games were special to me at a point in time, at a particular point in life, and I still have the version of the game with the memories that was special to me. I don't I don't want that to change.
Well, I wasn't suggesting you play it. I was just suggesting you should watch As of a Great Distance. What they do to it in the end, and how much of a train wreck it turns out to be, and how absolutely little traction it gets with those modern audiences. Because realistically, they've all been poisoned against it. Because you can't make them happy, right?
Yeah.
It's a situation where they are changing things to make them happy, but having changed them, those particular audiences responded to that by looking into why it had to be changed and then deciding as a result that it was unsalvageable.
Yeah. I mean, you're just not gonna gonna ever make them happy. They're not gonna translate into sales.
Well, their objective is not to become happy, right?
But
They
yeah,
don't want to become happy. They want their religion validated.
yeah. I don't think these people are capable of becoming happy. I don't think they would be happy. I think they only know how to exist in Twitter mad.
Well, the thing is that Twitter Mad is about validation, right? Because you join a like a basically a group chat of people who are also mad, and you all be mad about the same thing together and validating each other.
Yeah.
Like that's the whole point. That's the way their religious community works.
Like everything you described to me about Twitter communities is just it's just a hate cult. Like there is no happiness there. It's just a hate cult for everything.
Well, the thing is that they've confused what happiness is. Like they think that the validation they get from having the same opinion as everybody else in the cult is going to make them happy, but the problem is that it can't because the cult is based around being unhappy. They expect happiness, but then it doesn't happen because they have to spend all their time being unhappy in order to try and obtain the happiness. So it's a very interesting sort of phenomenon to observe, but it's also sort of like the driving fundamental cause behind a lot of the melodies of the modern world is this sort of like insane drive to try and get validation from other people by joining these weird cults. And it's broader than just these, but like specific usual suspects as well, like that freaking what is it that Clancy woman who murdered all her kids
Oh yeah, I've seen.
that's been in the news lately. Like, and every Foid on the planet has decided that they need to support her and that she did nothing wrong because something postpartum depression.
Yeah.
Like, they are all just part of a sort of like a virtual group chat where they obtain validation by all having the same opinion.
Don't get
Like the
it.
fact that their opinion is absolutely heinous doesn't enter into the discussion because the objective is to have the same opinion as everybody else. They don't want to engage with the topic. That's not important. The point is to have the same opinion as everybody else, to do the same thing as everybody else, which is why you're starting to see copycat killings beginning to emerge,
Yeah.
which is the most horrific thing imaginable. But it's starting to happen. Why? Because they all went to the same community to try and obtain validation from each other. It has seeded this idea that, oh well, this is actually all right, and in fact everybody will pat you on the back for it if you murder all your own children. Something repeal the 19th.
Not on YouTube.
Fern's, Fern's not here.
Not on YouTube. But I understand, you know, wanting to not look like a crazy person to a group if that group is your friends and the people you actually talk to. And I don't mean Twitter talk to. I mean like
The thing is, nobody goes outside anymore. Like all of the places where people would have normally socialized have been ruined. So, like, and it seems like there was, if you take the US as an example, because the US is the most artificial society that still exists in the world, um, on a large scale, um, you see things like you know migrating demographics that cause problems into areas that formerly would have been healthy suburban communities where people actually know their neighbors and spend time with each other. But no, it's not safe to go outside now.
yeah.
Like all of those things have been destroyed. So in some respects, it's not like the direct fault of them that they're trying to seek their validation and their social interaction online because they can't go outside and do it. Problem is that they kind of voted the outside into existence.
Yeah, I mean like I'll the only people I care about or who I think might care about what I have to say are people I actually interact with. If I don't the people I don't interact with on the reg, I do not give a single flying crap what they have to say or think or do. And I don't
This
get people that get in these
Well,
Twitter
the thing
groups and
is that
think these
y-
that
you're
that
also a man. You're also a man, and the if you notice, there's something very very common to all of the men who are afflicted by this type of group chat thinking is that they're all unbelievably effeminate. Because this is basically a Freud way of thinking that
Yeah.
you have to conform to a consensus in the group, and whatever the group has decided is the consensus is both right and morally good, no matter how morally heinous it might be. So there's no desire to arrive at good conclusions or to accomplish a good thing or to produce a good product. There is just fuel the consensus, fuel the consensus, fuel the discussion, fuel the outrage, generate the consensus, conform to the consensus. That's the economy that all of this stuff operates on. The question of is the new version better than the old version doesn't enter into the equation. To some extent, is the new version more righteous than the old version even doesn't enter into the conversation. It's more that is the new version in conformance with the consensus of the group chat. That's what's in the conversation.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
realistically, the thing that will kill this bizarre murder all your own children trend is, if I had to guess, the thing that's gonna kill it, and I've seen other people voice this opinion as well, it's the fact that, um, what's her name? Candace Owens has jumped on the support this woman train because she's a dumb Freud, and anything that she jumps on to your standard, like, Anglo white female liberal, anything she jumps on is immediately coded as low class.
Isn't she married to a white
So
guy?
I think so. But yeah, anything that Candace Owens jumps on is immediately coded low class because she's a grotesque individual who just doesn't seem to have a thought in her head, just grifts. So if the consensus now aligns with a famous person who doesn't fit with the consensus, then the consensus may break away simply to avoid being associated with her, which will hopefully save a lot of children's lives.
Yeah. So ones. Yeah. Every time I see her, I get frustrated.
Bern, if you don't want the show to end up like this, you need to show up.
Phoebe's hat is so adorable. Oh, you know what we haven't done on the show in a while? I will do it for the viewers. Red Ice Girl. We want to be the actual show, and I gotta provide moral support. There we go.
I thought that the NPC girl who becomes the robot owl was unspeakably cute, and I'm disappointed she won't appear in the game.
Mm-hmm. I did notice during the obligatory first-person POV section we could not look down far enough to find Rover's cleavage again.
Yeah, it was in fact the first thing that I tried.
Like
It's
after.
like, well, I have to know. I have to know whether this is still a thing, and it's not. It's like, what?
I mean, I guess we have it on demand.
Yeah, but it's just one flavor.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, it's a similar flavor to Rover's, but it's dressed different. I wish we had kept the schoolgirl outfit on instead of the weird.
Yeah, I put that in every feedback form as please make the appearance of Rover in the story reflect whatever outfit she's got selected as a combat character. I fill it in every time. I'm gonna keep filling it in every time. Same way I fill in every time. Please scrap the transducer system and replace it with one that actually works, and a variety of other things. Please give Chisa the idol outfit from the um to the New World promo trailer. Like, there's lots of things that I just reproduce every single time. I have a notepad file. I keep a notepad file for every single feedback that I give, and I refine the regulars patch over patch over patch.
Yeah, I got the character one, so the most important thing was big honkers, please.
I did the character one as well. Everybody got that. It's a build your own waifu. Like, there's a lot of people I saw online who are like, they were new to WuWa because there's people new to WuWa starting all the time, and occasionally they will cross my feed, and it's actually kind of fun to watch them get like super excited about every time they see something that makes them feel hype. But one of them was like, "Now I understand why all your characters are so good. They just give you build your own waifu questionnaires."
Yeah. My favorite of that type of thing lately has been looking at people's comedic descriptions of Roy as a FedEx driver and how a FedEx driver
I
becomes Optimus Prime.
I
There are
see.
many, many
I
flavors
mean,
to poorly describe Roy that is still technically correct,
I see.
and all of them somehow still sound hype.
There was a very sketchy rumor floating around that in a future version, Rover will be able to pilot Sigillum.
You know, in WuWa, who should actually be nominated for best voice acting in this game, better than Lucy, better than uh, definitely better than Becca, is Roy. His
I don't know
English
what he
voice
sounds like in
is
English.
he's so good in English. It's very heavily synthesized, so he cheats. So I get why they didn't nominate him. But they synthesized it just right to make him sound like a cooler version of the Michael Bay Optimus Prime,
So he's Optimus's cooler cousin.
pretty much. And the actor does do a good job with verdict, downfall.
You just love that stuff, don't you?
I love it so much. All right, I think we've run the circle for the two news topics and all the gotchas.
Where is Fern? He didn't show up.
All right, folks. I think we are done. You got anything else for us in this out?
I don't think so. Who's on the next rotation? It's Jingran, Hiyuki.
I think it's only a
I
double
sort of
next time.
I saw Hiyuki and my brain stalled out, so I don't actually know if there's anybody else. Everybody
Uh,
else has had their rotation, right? Like Starrell's going into the next
oh,
patch, so it'll be Robin probably.
yeah, it's Robin Hyacinth
And
next patch there. ZZZ's
and
new
Sweet
patch in 3
Hyacinth.
weeks.
Yeah, currently the Sigrid banner's fresh, so
Yep.
Uma Pyoy.
Yep, there's an event going on that started in ZZZ during the date. They start their events at 11 o'clock in the morning for me, but they do their daily reset at 5, and they do their banner rotations at 1.
I always get bushwhacked every time there's a new event in ZZZ or WuWa actually. Like I was real confused when I logged on and it tried to get me to do an event this morning. No, this afternoon.
Oh, no, it wasn't
It's
ZZZ.
it's like
It was WuWa that did it.
it's like that wasn't there when I logged off.
Yeah.
I logged off at like 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it was WuWa that bushwhacked me, not ZZZ. I don't know why I thought it was
It's only been
ZZZ.
12 hours. Like what happened while I was asleep?
Like, yeah, the reset has not happened. I did my dailies at reset and then went to bed.
Oh, I was meaning to ask, can I still earn the weekly points
I have no idea.
even though I already did a thingy
I have no
this
idea.
week?
I feel like I tested it last time, made a mental note of it, and that mental note fell under a file cabinet somewhere. But I have not tested it this week.
8 days. There's no new instate matrix yet. I've got so many things I've got to catch up on across the various gachas. I'm gonna have to triage it.
Yeah. Call it. the rotating events. I did Triple S Whimpering Waste with the pink team. It involved Melbourne Gioch alone helping Lupa get off field faster because did not have time to stop with her. And a
I
whole lot
haven't
of
attempted it yet. I haven't even looked at who's being shelled this time.
one of them's Fusion Burst. I think one's Glacio Chafe, and I think another one. It's not Spectro anything. Spectro's no go this time. It's like literally just a wall of no peep allowed.
Don't want to let you use on peep.
I think Tower was the same way for the bottom two. It's just like no PB. Okay, I'll use her on the
Well,
side towers then.
I guess they're phasing out Lucy because nobody can plan to roll on Lucy in future, so there's no point in them making people think that it would be a good pick for the future.
Yeah, if Lucy is counter shield though, it also means PB is counter shield because they PB and Zani may use Frazzle, but they fall under that same heavy attack archetype. Even PB does all her damage through heavy attacks.
I can't work out how, like, so Swimming is put in her first appearance in the story at the very end, but I can't work out how old she's supposed to be because she's the same height as Encore.
Yeah. When it comes to age in Chinese stories, everybody's 8,000 years old anyway, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of Chinese women never grow very tall to begin with, so.
Broke 4'6" for a giantess.
There's a character who is shorter than Carlotta now, so. Well, not explicitly being an 11-year-old.
Oh, you can have a friend down there in all the comics because you know they're not going to forget about Carlotta. There's now just another.
It's just like eternally. I get these Carlotta jokes in my feed constantly. That everybody is taking the piss. Like if there's like if somebody presents like an animation montage that's got multiple characters walking in different panes from like waist up shot, the Carlotta one will just be like she's lowered by a head compared to all the others, even though all the others are scaled to the same height.
Or you'll just see the top of her hair.
Yeah, sometimes you just see the ahoge poking up there.
Yep, her, the Grandmaster, and the new girl can all live together at the bottom of the screen.
But yeah, there's very little information of any kind on what Swimming is going to be capable of. So I'm not sure which patch she's coming out, whether she's coming out next patch or whether the next patch is Shin. But yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Shin has proved to be just as obnoxious as every other Fox girl in every other gacha game. Refuses to give you a straight answer on anything. Just generally acts high-handed, know-it-all the entire time. Just like Yai Miko.
It was raining, so I had to get Linne out. Very important things.
Obviously. But yeah, there's umpteen different announcements about well, not announcements, rumors about who's going to get the next outfits. The most popular rumor is that Hiyuki's going to get another outfit. I kind of dread what it might be because it's probably not going to be lucky enough for it to be a swimsuit. It's probably going to be something bland and uninteresting like Mornier's and Dasani's outfits. Because apparently that's really, really popular. Like I see people talk about it online about how the type of outfits they want is just regular casual streetwear.
You know, if
They don't want anything cool or interesting. They want stuff that they could go outdoors and see.
If they had, you know, what would have been the best costume for Zani? If they would have just made her have like the female version of Kazuma Kiryu's outfit. That would have been the best.
I guess I don't know. I don't know what a female yakuza heavy wears.
I mean, I'm just thinking of the big,
No,
ridiculous red and yellow, red and white suit.
realistically, there's only been one in history, I think. There's only been in like real history. I think there's only been like one legit sort of like high level underboss in the Yakuza who was a female.
I mean, you could have her have the back of the shirt under the coat already blown out, and she gets to do the Yakuza shirt rip animation with just her jacket on it. It would be great. WuWa, hire me,
Yeah, they'll hire you, but then you'll drop that project to just make cheerleader outfits for Phoebe.
and I would make them a ton of money.
Probably, yeah.
Look, I'll even write the quest for you. We're gonna have Phoebe get roped into the summer festival in a cultural exchange with La Haroy, and her and Lene are gonna be the cheerleaders, and we're gonna like put all the characters in compromising and ridiculous situations. It'll be great.
All the right people will complain. It stopped raining.
Yes, back to PB. All right. This has been PB does not get wet because she stays out of the rain. I guess we will see you folks next week.